Good morning, Enrico! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to 10 a.m. EST. And we are here again with day 2 of midterms. Well, it's day 1 of midterms, but this is like day 2, the study stream for the midterms. So you know how it is, right? Teehee, days, numbers, they're all blending together. We're gonna be here for a while. You know. Not to sound absolutely discouraged. I'm ready to get it over with and cry about my grade later. But there is some good news. Hopefully today's stream, maybe bad news I guess, won't be as long as yesterday because some of my classmates do want to meet up around 4 p.m. EST. So hopefully, we'll stream for about 6 hours roughly, maybe not, and we'll try to see what we could get through. Realistically, I think today is going to be like a 3 to 4 hour study stream. Or maybe, no, let me not say that. Maybe it's still going to be 5 to 6 because how we're going to format this for today is that I'm going to I will probably most likely do Pomodoro for a little bit just to go over do some flashcards. When I'm done with the flashcards, we'll go with the study portion. So for those who are new here, unfamiliar, the study portion is just going to be me pretty much lecturing my notes and trying to like regurgitate the information. Some information I'm not as familiar with others still, which is really unfortunate, but hopefully by the end of today there will be like a lot of progress. If not, oh. But my test isn't until 7 p.m. so we technically have what, 9 hours? We have 9 hours until my exam. I'm sure I can definitely learn something super good. I don't have much in me right now. I haven't really ate. I have my coffee on the side, so if you see me sip, I'm sorry. I also have my yogurt on my side, so if you see me go just ignore me, okay? Well, let's get to it. Let me say my hellos, and then today's gonna be pretty strict with the Pomodoro. Hopefully I don't get too distracted, and life will be good. Hopefully, that's a really late test time. It's because my program again is hybrid, so it works for people who are not full-time content creators. It works for most people's schedules, assuming that they work in the day. You know, I feel bad because there are a few so I was gonna call them students, I guess, yeah. Classmates, yes. A few of my classmates do work night shifts, so it's kind of like, oh, I'm sorry. And that was also really a struggle for me because when I was applying for jobs before my previous job, a lot of them are like, hey, you want to work until like 7? And I'm like, you know, maybe in another life I would, and I really don't mind normally, but because I had tests starting exactly at 7, it's not really a risk I could take. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my hellos as I die in my voice. I didn't even eat anything. I just woke up like this. Alright. Wow. Hi, good morning, Robo. Hi. Let's go. We're going. I'm speedrunning. Zoom. Hi, Carrie. Hi. Howdy. Welcome. Howdy. Da-dang. Hi, Bear. Hi. Actually, I don't know why you're putting the nerd face on. I don't know what you're trying to imply with that. That was my nerd impression. Did it work? Actually. Hi, Nydia. Hi. Welcome. Testing. Nydia Presents. Hello. Hi, Mint as well. Hi. I'm already deep into office work, so cozy study work time is very welcome. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, oh no. Oh no. But make sure not to work too hard. As I told Ashi yesterday, and I'm spreading the message, make sure to give it your 100% at work. So yesterday was like 10%. Today can be 15. Yeah. Today could be 15% of your work. Make sure not to stress yourself out too much. Holy heck. But ready for the Gao Gao Nya Nya? My voice isn't ready. Please do not redeem the Gao Gao Nya Nya. But mentally I'm at Gao Gao Nya Nya. Physically I'm in a coffee shop ready to study for 6 hours. Anyway, hi Pata, hi, good morning, good morning. So this is 10 a.m. EST? Yeah, so I know there's also a few other new cubs. This is technically the earliest I will really ever stream. I'm just doing this to maximize my time for the studying, or for the exam later tonight, as well as the meeting up with my classmates. I thought 10 a.m. would be a good time, so I still get my like 7 to 8 hours of rest. I still get to do whatever I want to do in the morning, whether that's for like an hour or two, and then I could just stream. So life will be really, really good, you know? But normally I think the earliest I stream is at like 12 p.m. EST, so that's normally really flexible for a lot of cubs, especially PST cubs. Sorry cubs. Sorry PST cubs, sorry. Oh heck, wait. I almost forgot something. One moment. Let me set this up. Alright, perfect. But yeah, good morning. Hi Glenn as well. Hi, welcome. Hi Sugar as well. Hi, Bearcat buddy. Hi. Oh my goodness. I not to toot my own horn, cubs, but for whatever reason sorry, I don't know, I had to clear my throat either. I've been getting like, I was gonna make a Twitter post about it, but I'm like, oh, I made too many Twitter posts today. 1 or 2 is enough for me, you know? But I've as of just yesterday and today, kind of blending in, I've been getting like a random influx of like really nice messages. I had one cub who reached out who's basically 12-hour difference from me, so it's really hard to catch schedules, but they're like, I really liked your study stream, it was very relaxing and it helped me sleep. And I'm like, oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad I can help you in such like an indirect way. It's just like, oh, what? Oh, I'm glad. I had another person who's like, oh, thank you for becoming my 500 follower. And I'm like, oh my goodness, you're reaching out to me for that? And they're like, I like your model. I'm like, oh, thank you. And then I had a certain cub, I don't know if they want to be named, but they're also just like, hey, you know, I really like your study streams and your bearcatness. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Dies, loses voice. So I'm just like, oh my goodness, thank you for all the positivity. I need that in this dark mindset. So thank you. But yeah. Look at her crunch those numbers. Dice, hold on. Yeah, I am a mathematician in another life. I do not want to look at any more numbers if I don't have to. But yeah, welcome. Did you sleep enough? Yes, I was having some trouble sleeping, but I recently invested into more melatonin gummies, so sleep has been good. I felt a little spooked out because these are different melatonin, so I felt like I was on the edge of death, and I'm like, am I dying or am I just really tired? Passes out. But yeah, they're super yummy gummies, strawberry flavored. Yum. The PSD cups are in shambles. They are, and I feel so bad. I'm sorry, PSD cups. I'm sorry. Hi, Marshall. Hi. Tip of flips, thank you. Tips, I really love your study streams. I could just zone out and stare at a wall. Yeah, same. Don't you love that? I love that. It's like watching paint dry, but there's a bearcat there just staring at you. Spread the kindness, no, honestly, thank you. And hi, Mr. Gray. Hi. Wishing good vibes for you all. Thank you. I'm taking all the good vibes. I'm also gonna drink all the coffee and do all the good stuff and blah 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 blah. Alright, so with that, let's get started, because I haven't looked at these note cards, and you wouldn't believe it, Cub. So I was just talking to this with a classmate, but he said he got sent another study guide from another classmate, and we have like a public Discord where we post these things, right? And so the idea is that I posted a study guide. I'm like, hey guys, this is all I got. If you want to help contribute, no problem. And then my classmate is just like, hey Tipa, I'm taking your study guide and I'm gonna just add on to it into like a separate document. Okay, that's no problem as long as something gets done. And then someone's like, I actually have a secret study guide. And I'm like, what secret? Don't stop it. Share your secrets with the rest of the class. What the actual heck? So I'm going to try to see if I can skim through or copy and paste like all the study guides into our study guides together. And hopefully there's no weird doxing information. And we could try to review that for our study section, okay? But for now, I'm going to go over through some Quizlets. I have about... What is this? No way. One of them is like over 200 cards, and I'm like, we didn't talk about that information yet. What the heck? No way, we're not doing this. Let's see. Da 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 da. Alright, let's see if we can find another one. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Hopefully, easy peasy Quizlets. Alright. Huh? The study guide is a collection of all the important information in the lecture, is that correct? Yes. She gave us a focus sheet, which is one of those things where she tries to toot about, where she's like, I didn't need to give you a study sheet, but I did. And I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you for providing like the bare minimum. Really appreciate ya. Heart emoji. No, I'm just kidding. She's not like my other professor, but you know, it's just like, hey, this is just an opportunity that you should focus on. I'm like, okay, we'll do. No problem. No problem. So a lot of that's a collection of everything that we have. Sorry, now I'm just scrolling through it. Good luck on your midterm 3. Thank you. Thank you. I cry every single day thinking that, gosh darn it, why do I have to be graded for stuff? And it's like, well, you wouldn't want someone who wasn't good at the stuff to be, you know, working on you. And I was like, yeah, but yeah, but still, why does it have to be back to back? I still haven't studied for neuroscience, so boo, boo, boo. If we went over it, it would be on the test. If we didn't go over it, it'll be on the test. Thanks, Professor. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate ya. Heart emojis, but in voice. It's okay. I played Operation. Yeah, exactly. Like, I had like some vague familiarity of it. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. And you know what? There's nothing like having real life experience. Yeah, I can learn anything. No, but I'm actually being serious with this one. So like I said, with my program, later, if not soon, I guess, I don't know, we do a part-time rotation or clinical rotation, and then eventually we'll progress to a full-time rotation. But my other program, we did, because it was a residential program, we did a part-time clinical rotation relatively quick. I think within like my first year, maybe first and a half. And what had happened was that having that hands-on experience definitely like ascended anything I've learned in the textbook, and learning for someone who has been practicing in the field for many years was just super nice. So textbook stuff is really cool. I'll learn it, I promise, but getting to do it actually in the field is definitely like a whole nother beast, you know. Go Miss Opipasa, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Club. Welcome. You made it just in time. I'm about to hit the timer. Panda says that tip is even more important when they tell you when important stuff comes up and you don't know that it's important stuff. I gotta love professors. You know, some professors are really nice. I have a professor who's like, you should appreciate. Well, in undergrad, I had a professor who's like, this is my, I don't know, my golden sentence that you need to know. Hi, Zach. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. My water bottle's all the way back here. Wow. You hear the weight on this boy? I have 60 ounces of water to drink. Nom. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I'll read the message. I'll read the message, and I was like, oh no! Miss Sophie says, you keep showing up on my feed because I follow the education tags. I used to be a teacher. You're so cute, so I finally decided to hit the follow button. Oh no! Well, welcome. Hello. Nice to meet you. I respect you. I respect your teaching ways. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it very much. I do hope you enjoy your stay. You know what's really unfortunate? I think Twitch should really have like a super official education tag rather than a horror game, but it's fine. I get it. I understand. But yeah, no, welcome. I'm glad to meet ya. Right now I'm going to be doing like a, not necessarily silent, we'll have some nice bossa nova music in the background and jazz, but I'll be studying because I have a midterm today, and hopefully later I could be actually teaching, so you get to learn some cool things about this course that I'm taking called a movement science, so definitely do enjoy it. But welcome! Hi, Zach as well. Hi. Good morning, Cubs. Shall be lurking today? Little girl came down with a fever? Wait, I'm so sorry. I hope she feels 100% better in the week. It's still really early. It's only just Tuesday, my dudes. And now, hopefully you don't get sick either. Heck. Welcome. Thank you for the hydrate from earlier. Thank you. And hi, Kitty. Hi. Welcome. How are you today? I am doing so good. I am awake. I slept well. I have my coffee. I have my yogurt. So again, if I go and while I have the timer, just ignore me. If I make weird faces, ignore me. Wow, but welcome. I hope you're doing super well. Happy Tuesday to ya. Pasta said your soldier is trying to petition Twitch to now have an official study and coworker tag. Let's go! I would say if they have the petition link up or anything like that, and please let me know. I would definitely be like all about that. I think that's just such a cute way. To be honest, sorry, I know I said I was gonna study. Other than like, Teehee, I don't want to be alone while studying. I just think it's really beneficial for my own mental health to be like always have like something on the side for screen. And sometimes I'm not really able to like super focus on gameplay, or sometimes I don't want to be spoiled in the gameplay that someone's playing on stream. So I'll just like politely lurk or I'll mute it or something. But to have something and be like, oh, it's just this, or just vibing and I'm just scrolling through the internet. Heck yeah. I think it's so nice. And then it's like, whoa, I'm providing emotional support indirectly for this person. Heck yeah. So I think it would be super nice. I am gonna be super excited as soon as it comes into fruition, for sure. Miss Opie says, right? I'm working on my PNG tuber and I plan on doing more education-based things, including ranking education games. Let's go! I'm super excited for you. Oh my goodness, you know what game you should play? You should play the Brain Academy game. That's always super fun. Maybe not necessarily the education you're looking for, but it's very involving. It makes people be like, huh? You got the HASA score? Whoa, that's so high! Or, oh, I'm gonna try to beat that. But yeah. Tip of making weird faces? No way! I still have this. Wow, so perfect. What's the bad word? Oh, I'm sorry. Kitty, the bad word is heck. Yep, that's it. Yeah, you can send the link here. Let's see. We can all press vote? Oh, it already has 1,000? Oh, let's hecking go! Oh my goodness. Okay, I vote. One moment. Let me see. Coworker and study streams category. Last year, you all implemented a co-working tag. Wait, there's a co-working tag? BRB adding it. Co-working. No, I can only add 10 tags. Oh no. First time playthrough study stream. No, I don't know what tag to take out. Okay, I'll think about that in just a moment. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna keep reading this. Yeah, no, definitely. I'll spread the word. I'll be like, what the heck? I'll make a Twitter post. Hi, Wee. Is this an education stream? I want to learn about 4 Transformers? Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't really specialize in that. I specialize in anatomy, so you're more than welcome to hang out if you want to. Brain Academy's on my list. Same with Prodigy and some jump starts as well. Let's go! I'm super excited. Here. I what do you call it? I'm going to politely follow your journey. I'm super excited to hear more, and if you ever do get started, that sounded the wording. Once you do get started, please let me know. Stop by and be like, I started, and I'll be like, thank you. And so I'll keep a super eye on you. I just followed you right now, but sometimes I follow way too many people on Twitch, so it's really hard to catch up sometimes. I want to support everyone, but when my list has me scrolling like multiple times, I'm just like, heck. I'm super excited. Best of luck on your journey. What? First playthrough could get removed since we aren't gaming right now? Ugh. But my first playthrough in everything. Subdermal hematoma? Wee, you are the perfect. You're not ready for this. Nalfi, hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cock Club. Welcome. So, guess what? I'm also learning neuroscience, so I can tell you about the subdural hematoma. So as you know, hematoma is going to be like a bleeding in the brain and whatnot. And how the subdural one is going to occur is most likely because, let's see, I believe epidermal is with a temporal bone fracture, but subdural, let's see. That's so sad. I actually don't remember it too well. Maybe that is the one with the brain fracture. Or maybe that they appear asymptomatic, but then, you have to be careful because then they're going to show up with several symptoms which may lead to death. Neuroplasticity? No, come back to me tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm learning more about neuroscience, so I'll tell you more about subdermal hematomas, okay? I can tell you that it's not a real space. That sounds like a brain hernia. It's not. Okay, so, hematomas can lead to herniations, if that counts. And then we had different types of herniations and they're named depending on the different areas. Yeah. Wow. Miss Opie says, I would love to start a Twitch VTuber school where the community can come together and help with homework as well as learn fun hobbies. That is so cute. That is so cute. I would love to see that. I think there's a other VTuber and I actually don't know their name. I don't. But I think they're a math teacher. I think that was their gimmick, and that they did math streams and all that jazz. And I just think that's so precious. I'm a student, so I can't fully get it super immersed into it, but I'm super happy to always share my notes to others. Professor Lando? I really don't know their name whatsoever. So I'm not sure. I'm so sorry. I can't wait to enjoy more of your stream. Thank you! Thank you, I appreciate it! I watch too many medical dramas, so I hear a lot of vocab. Oh, you know who you might like if you haven't already followed already, oh my gosh, I don't remember their name either. Tara really likes them. They're this YouTuber who apparently was doing a lot of gaming streams, but then they switched to more anatomy doctor-y streams. And it's like the title's always like some kind of scenario, and then they go really in depth with it. I feel like their mascot was like a llama or something like that. Oh my goodness. If I catch it out, I'll let you know, but it's like, this person did this and they ended up with this, and it's like, whoa, how could they just drink water and end up with like a brain herniation? Crazy. Yeah, I know there's many on YouTube. I just wish I had like the specific names about it, you know? Wait, hold on, I'm taking a cozy. Wait, I think I took out the wrong tag. Alright, co-working! Yay! Co-working tag added! Ta-da! Hi Seiji, hi! Welcome! Math streams, you say? You know, SG could probably do some math streams. SG is like stupidly good at math to the point that I think they were pursuing engineering. So I respect any engineers. I respect anyone in any field, but math is just definitely not my strong suit. Let me see. Ren says there's so many medical nurse VTubers now. Yes, there are. There really are. There's also another one who I talked about her earlier. Shiro, I think. She is a what do you call it? I can name a few, and I've listed them before, but let me pick them up really quick. My Twitter's taking so long to load. But she's like an IRL surgeon, so that's actually like super cute. Let me see. Shiro Pon? Why can't I get her name? Oh no! Oh, because of Shiori Pon. She's an IRL surgeon, so that's really cool. And then I followed recently an MD. And oh wait, there's another person who started up a what do you call it? A VTubing? Like a VTubing circle. Oh my gosh, what is their name? They're like a cute, very talented singer. Ow, wait, I'm in the Discord too. Hold on. Oh no, I forgot I recently organized my Discords. Oh, this is gonna be absolute heck. Oh wait, did I end up leaving it because I didn't feel included? No, I'm just kidding. I can't find it. I'm so dummy. that last thing, by the way, was a joke. I had said that because a lot of them are more medical than rehab, so it's kind of like, oh. No, I'm still in it. I hope to gain their knowledge. Let me see. Oh no, she goes by her nickname. Oh, I found her. She's super cute. She's like I think she's an ER nurse, IRL, and she's her posts are always really like fun to look at. But she's a super talented singer. She is also the one who had initiated the how do you call it, the medical group Discord group. So that's actually been like super interesting to read at. So if you ever want to like peek your head into their content, please do check them out. Highly recommend. Yeah. Eh? Sorry, I have to scroll to catch up. I'm so sorry. Eh? Hi Arsenal. Hi. Do you think your course will get into the lumbar region? And when I learned about T7 and T12 and its effects on the liver and kidneys? Not the one I'm learning today, unfortunately. Maybe some neuroscience with some of the parasympathetic stuff, but I mean, sympathetic and parasympathetic don't touch T7 to T12. We haven't really talked about like specific areas, so you have to forgive me. I could tell you like, oh, parasympathetic is like cranial nerve C. Well, hold on. Sympathetic is L1 to T1 to L2, I think. Oh wait, maybe it does include it. Heck. But no, I wouldn't really know about its effects other than like sympathetic, parasympathetic. It's either the kidneys working or the kidneys relaxing. So big heck. Do you mean Brew with the stories? No. But I do know how you're talking about with Brew. Oh yes, Chubby Emu. I don't know why I thought his thing was a llama. No, Chubby Emu is the guy I'm thinking of. Chubby Emu is like, again, like his recent videos, like a man drank throat-numbing spray while eating spicy food. This is what happened. A man took 1,176 ibuprofen tablets in a month. This is what happened. A man drank suspicious coconut water. This is what happened. A girl mistakenly ate 96 marijuana gummies. This is what happened. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, what the heck? And so they're really interesting. I used to watch a lot of his content earlier, but then I fell off YouTube for a while, so yeah. But thank you for the names. I'm gonna go watch these and have these in the background when I'm studying. Hi, welcome. Screams. Welcome. Study type Tippa strong. I am the Tippa of strongest. Hi Jet Sketch. Hi Jet. Hanyo. Hope study has been well. Love the model by the way. Thank you. I'm only this cute because of Teru, who has a she has a new Twitch, so I have to update the bot, but please feel free to check her out on Twitter. Super talented artist. And again, maybe this cute. Ta-da! What do you call it? Teru, by the way, you can follow her on Twitch right now, though. At Teru. No more Teru Pancake. Just Teru. Just Monica. Just Teru. Athena, thank you, Rin. Thank you. Sorry. I'm so sorry I was so slow with the reading. I'm like, what's her name? I know it. Please to know lumbar puncture? What? Puncture. I promise I will not be doing any lumbar punctures or anything of the sort. No thank you. No thank you. Sorry, I read the next post. I'm so sorry. Wee says my guilty pleasure is watching neuromedical exams. What is your interest? What are you going for? What are you doing? Huh? What I've learned from chubby emo is to eat stuff in moderation. So true, bestie. I will always do everything in moderation, so I make sure I just don't die. Wait, says, is Tippa gonna become a neurosurgeon? No, I'm gonna become a therapist. Boo! No, I'm just kidding. I like the side of rehab a lot more than any other like medical field, but still, I have to get more of a solid knowledge. I feel like I'm so behind. But thank you. Your model's so cute. Thank you. Rune says I must politely BRB before focus time. I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'll spill how this is gonna work out. Alright, now let's get into the focus because I do have my exam in like 9 hours and I have to go meet up with my classmates. So big So today's formatting again is that I'm going to do a little bit of pomodoro and focus. So I am going to just blast our music in the background and we are just going to study for the 45 minutes. With that 45 minutes, what do you call it? I'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Hi, Zane. Hi. Sounds good. Thank you. So 45-minute focus, 15-minute study because we're going to be implementing pomodoro. So I make sure I don't get super burned out with stuff, you know? Oh, heck. Oh, no, I'm losing my voice. But thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. How are you today? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. And Robo, thank you for getting something new. Hey, I appreciate you very, very much. New hey! Welcome to the Sugar Bear Club. Welcome back. What was that screech? Victory screech! I don't know why my voice is so raspy today, so I apologize. Lee says I do pomodoro too, but my attention span is so short, so I do 8 minutes work, 2 minutes rest. Let's go! Absolute gamer. I think the shortest time I've done is 25 minutes. Like, I like to do 25 minutes, like, study and 5-minute break if I absolutely hate the material I'm learning. Bird, bearcat? Yeah, I'm gonna rebrand, don't worry. But yeah, so I'll be implementing that. Maybe when I'm done with the flashcards, and after when I'm done with the flashcards and skimming through this new study guide, I've made like a hybrid study guide of all my classmates' study guides combined together, including mine. I will go over the material. So a lot of it, because it's going to be copy and paste, a lot of it might be redundant, unfortunately. So yeah, please forgive me. But we'll try to get through as much as we can, hopefully by 4 o'clock. So right now it's almost 11 a.m. EST. So we have a few hours ahead of us. It's kind of like, that sounds very ambitious. It's like, Tip, are you really going to be here for that long? As someone who streamed 8 hours yesterday, yes. Alright, so let me go ahead and mute myself. So I'll have the mute icon right over here. When I am muted, officially muted basically. Oh no! Oh no, Clan, thank you so very much for the bit. I appreciate you to the sorry, my voice. To itty bitty bits. Thank you. 1 bearcat bit to help pay for the bearcat college. Thank you. I love bearcat college. I love 1 bit. I love it. But thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Man, once I'm muted, I'll still be able to chat and stuff in the text box, but my replies might be delayed. I'm a fast typer, so I'll try to type out as fast as I can, but still. Sometimes if I'm super focused, I won't look over, even if I'm like, oh, someone typed something. Wait, let me just finish this really quick, okay? Grab a drink. Oh, I'm gonna be chugging my coffee and water while I do these flashcards, so don't absolutely worry. When I come back from the 45 minutes, I'll stop sounding like a smoker. Teehee. Alright. Mute icon on! Timer on in the next few seconds! And then I'll blast the music, okay? I'll see you cubs in 45 minutes. Alley-oop! Ready for big focus time. Alright, Cubs, and with that was our first Pomodoro session done and over with. Let me politely start the timer because I'm gonna try to be really strict with the timing, okay? Hey, hope everyone's been super well. I hope your 45 minutes has been productive or just nice, relaxing, eating a salad. Imagine I was holding my breath for 45 minutes. I might as well, it's like the same thing. Hi Sync, hi. Sync fact, in One Piece has been confirmed that there's the 1000 Sunny has a functional sink. I know nothing about One Piece, but thank you for the fact. I appreciate it. I like learning. I don't even have a basis. Yeah. Oh my hecking goodness. Kind of the coffee's sticking around, but the fever feels like it's gotten a little bit better. Alright, something is something, thankfully. But no, I'm so sorry. Coughing is kind of full. I hope you're drinking lots of water and taking little, cough candies. But yeah, so with that, I'm probably gonna take a small break. I have my yogurt sitting here that I said I was gonna eat. I just chugged my coffee, I think, within the first 10 minutes of the Pomodoro. So I'll eat my yogurt during the BRB screen. I do have one more Quizlet that I didn't really get through, but I don't think it's super. I know it sounds dumb. I'm like, oh, I don't really think it's super important, but it is technically the longest one. Why don't we what do you call it? When we come back, why don't we do this? So I was laughing midway because guess what? My classmate decided, hey, and I'm like, hey? They're like, because we were just saying this earlier in the stream that my that me and my other classmate have been trying to make a study guide, and they were like, okay, any help would be appreciated, and then no one helped. So we're like, okay, cool, heck us too then. And then he comes back just within that Pomodoro break because I went to go check Discord, and he's like, hey guys, this is the study guide that our other classmate put. And I'm like, what? So not only do I have a combination of 3 study guides, now I have a 4th one, and I did skim through it, and it actually looks very clean and concise and everything like that. So I can appreciate it, you know. Politely, oh my goodness. Politely remember to stretch every cup. I will. Was it the weave? No. It wasn't the weave. Thank you for the hat pat though. Thank you. Say the bad word. I gotcha. Big heck. You know what I forgot to do? Sorry, ignore the faces. I forgot to put Pomodoro in my little title. Everything's updated now. Say the bad word though. Heck. And hydrate. I will in my break. I promise. I'm gonna chug some water. Are you implying you guys aren't weebs? No, I have my immediate friend group are weebs. I'll never forget in the first semester he had asked me, he's like, so Tippa, you watch Attack on Titan? And I'm like, do I look like a weeb to you? Yeah, I did. Actually. And then the other one's just out, super outward with it. There's some Sonic merch on his bag, and then he tells me about this mobile game, which I still don't remember the name, but he really likes it, and I just don't remember what it's called. Heck. And he tells me about his Monster Hunter adventures, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, I don't know anything about Monster Hunter. I'm so sorry. Imagine having weeb friends, you know? No, it's not Nikki, but I do want to, or Nikkei, or Nike, I don't know, I'm so sorry. It's not that game, but I actually want to play that game. I kind of want Makima. It's not that. I want to play the game just so I can have Makima, but I don't want to start playing the game just for that, because I don't want to get into a gacha heckle, you know? I want to play it. A surprising amount of people striking up weeb conversations with Tip out of nowhere. Honestly, maybe I'm just really approachable. I promise the only weeb thing that is possibly giving away my power level. Oh, do people still say that? Anyway, it's this keychain that I have on my bag, which might be oh, that's a little weeby, but it's not an anime character. It's just a cute keychain, you know? Huh? I did it for physics for a bit, but then I couldn't run it, so I gave up. It was too stressful to troubleshoot? Oh. Were you trying to do it on the computer? Like, what is the app? The BlueStacks? I don't know. I'm not really like a super mobile gamer anymore as I stay home. So I'm kind of like, oh, I think I would. Is that okay to say? Like, I played on BlueStacks? I don't know. Anyway, I'd like to do that more because I feel like that fits my lifestyle more. Of course, it'll be so sad when I'm, away and doing my own business, and it's just like, I wish I could be playing this game, but I put it on my computer only. What is the keychain? I'm not gonna dox myself, but it's cute. It's like a little thing. Anyway, the only anime I've watched lately was Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and I loved it. It was super good. Oh, I really like Edge Runners too. Super, super good. And has anyone watched Nier? Oh, the Cup Club and I have watched, I think, 1 or 2 episodes, but the series got delayed or postponed, so we're kind of wait that out politely. The gacha games usually don't need an emulator though. Okay, just making sure. I'm just like, can I say that? Anyway, you start releasing them again? Oh, heck, we have so many animes to watch. Like tonight, technically, we have anime night starting at 8:30 p.m. EST. It might be a little late because my exam's at 7, so if I'm really struggling, it'll be a little close, and I might not make an announcement until a few minutes prior, but you know what it is. You know what I want to do, Cubs, kind of? A little thing, keychain? Tippa, please. Marvel isn't weed. Excuse you, Roba. It's not Marvel. It's not. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not humoring this anymore. I'm going to, what do you call it? I'm going to politely BRB so I can stand up and stretch. I think I might switch scenes. I might go over my tutor's notes, and I might go over the new study notes if we can together, so it's going to be again a lot of repetition, and I apologize. Then maybe we could switch to the big study guide that I have that my classmate made, and then we'll pretty much go from there, okay? Cursed head pads? Oh goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Da-da! Dun 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 dun. Alright, quick cursed head pat so I can BRB and set everything up, okay? 1, 2, scooty doo doo doo. Oh, a headband's for me too. Wow, so nice, so nice. That's what they do in the mobile game with the Nick? I don't. What is the mobile game? How do you pronounce it? I'm blinded? No, that's if I like poke into your fingers. It's okay though. If your eyes hurt, I'll just blow into them, which apparently is a weird thing. I always offer to my friends like, hey, I can blow into your eye if you have something stuck in it. And they said that's not a normal thing, and I'm like, my mama bearcat said that was a normal thing. Pronounce it in Japanese and you're on the safe side? Oh. Sure. Well, that's how you get pink eye? What? Well, good thing I have purple eyes, am I right? Okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave after that. I'm so sorry. Wait. I need to make sure everything is good. I'm so sorry for the delay, everyone. I was like, oh well, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna change it up. Might as well do all the good stuff. Anyway, let me know if the music is too loud or could be louder. All that good jazz. Right now, I figured out a way. to combine all the study guides into like one PDF so I can like really be like, wow, amazing. Sorry, that's not amazing. Anyway, so we can write, we can take notes, we could do whatever. These are the notes that I was taking yesterday, and yeah, that's basically it. These are the notes I was taking yesterday, so we'll politely go through them. Let me see if I go organize myself so I can see past my mic though. Hold on. I didn't think about this part. Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry if I look like I'm looking down. My tablet's down here. And if I make any dumb faces, I'm sorry. But yeah, so this is the combination of the study guide my tutor gave me, the study guide that my classmate has made, like the master sheet, and then the newest one is like somewhere squished in the middle because that one is a little more concise, but the one that my classmate has is definitely more detailed, and that's not a bad thing because there's some concepts that I didn't see that was gone over in either the study guide or the other one. So let's get to it, okay? So I don't know if I should still have the Pomodoro timer. I think we'll try to get through as much as we can, and if I'm feeling a little bit tired we can keep at it, or I mean we can keep the Pomodoro timer in the background. I don't know. Okay, we'll put the timer in the background. Have it do something. Welcome, Sango. Welcome. Hope your meeting went super well. How many tests do you have? Well, technically for this week too, so I should be good. Alright, so going over the tutor study guide, what's happening here is that he went over the same outline, a similar focus sheet that we were given, if not maybe not as detailed, and we'll go over all the units that we've been doing. The really like stressful thing about this exam is that it's our only exam that we've really had in this course, so it's going to weigh pretty heavily. So the first thing they talk about are SMART goals. So I know Miley has brought this up yesterday, but SMART goals just literally means specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So what does that mean? So when we make goals, we need to make sure that can't be like, oh, just get better. Like, what are we getting better about? You have to be very specific about it. And how can we measure? What does better mean to you? You know, my better is not your better, you know? If I don't know, my immediate example is like, yeah, if you like dunk on me, of course you're gonna dunk on me. I'm not tall enough, and I don't play basketball. So it's like, yeah, typical shoot one hoop. Attainable or achievable, because you don't want to make unrealistic goals. You don't want to be like, I'm gonna run for president of the United States, which I mean, it's not unrealistic, but that's not really the thing that I want to do, which kind of goes hand in hand with the idea of relevant. So it's not relevant to me to become president of the United States. Now, president of Bearcat Mountain, okay, I see. And then time. You always want to give a time to something because you want to see how you progress from the before to after, you know? You don't want to be like, yeah, sometime in the future. Like, give specifics. Give like, hey, in 9 hours or in 7 hours, I will be so good at this midterm that I have, and I'm gonna ace it. I'm gonna pass it as C or higher. I'm not gonna fail it. So this is what happens. These are ways we can apply SMART goals to our daily lives, but think about it in a more rehab setting. So there's some examples that I wrote in like text here, so you have to forgive me. I have to like zoom in. So one of the examples that I wrote was like, patient will demonstrate increased right shoulder flexion range of motion or active range of motion greater to 110 within 4 weeks in order to improve patient's ability to reach into overhead cabinets at home. That was a lot of information, but it's color coded to, again, our SMART goals that we have right out here to the side. So we have our specific, we have our measurable. So specific, okay, what are we trying to get better at? Oh, this patient's right shoulder, because we have 2 shoulders, left and right, the right shoulder to help them with active range of motion, so they're able to do this motion of their own, flexion. So basically, shoulder flexion as a visual, by the way, is just putting your hand or arm overhead. So if you're just like here like me, but then you're like, actually, wait, I don't have room, that's my corner. But then you're like, I want to do shoulder flexion. So you do shoulder flexion and it's just like your hand like here. Like when you're raising your hand to ask a question, like, Miss Tipanya, I have a question. And I'm just like, I'm not a teacher. Please do not ask me any question. Don't ask me anything. I'm just learning. Anyway. Oh, 41%. Let's go, Baz. Anyway, so that's some examples of SMART goals. I hear that the tutor specifically wrote is just like, hey, can you write SMART? And again, abbreviation, not just like, oh, SMART or dumb goals. Can you write SMART goals for both the short and long term? And again, we go over our SMART, or S being specific, so it can be either like very simple, sensible, or significant. We also have measurable, which means that it's meaningful and motivating. Like, hey, guess what? You know how motivating it is to be like, hey, your grade has improved by this much, or hey, I know you were struggling to touch your toes, but now you could touch at your ankles. You know, having that sort of measure is meaningful and it gives that like positive reinforcement back to the patient to be like, hey, look, you are improving. Or you know what, sometimes even if they're not improving, let's say in the scenario that unfortunately your patient gets worse for whatever reason, well, that's important to measure and be like, why are you getting worse? Hey, have you been doing your exercises at home? Hey, do you have like another injury that might be affecting this? Like, what's happening? That's something you can like examine and try to resolve. And that's all thanks to, like, again, your formatting of the SMART goals. Again, achievable, making sure that both you and the patient agree that, hey, these are goals that we want to do and they are attainable. Are, again, relevant, so it can be either like reasonable, realistic, resource, result based. And then we have time. So time bound, time based, time limited, time based, time limited, time cost, timely, time sensitive. Again, just providing a sense of time. So another example format that we could use is the patient will blank within blank in order to improve the patient's ability to blank. Alright, so then once we establish our SMART goals, we can actually move on to just learning in general. So there's actually such an extensive way to learning or just like learn a new task. So let's try to apply this more, I guess, into my rehabilitation. And it's the idea of like, hey, this person got into an accident and maybe they hurt their knee, their ankle, some kind of like lower extremity, their foot. They hurt something and now they have to learn how to walk again. Now they have to learn how to walk with maybe this kind of injury, or maybe someone had a stroke and now they have to relearn how to use their other side. Or hey, I guess we can try to apply it more applicable to us. Like, hey, I'm trying to learn another language. So how does learning work? Well, actually, maybe let's not do language. Let's again stay with just pure gross motor stuff. So how does that work? So we could talk about the different types of feedback that we have for motor learning. So, excuse me, let me actually go here. I actually like my little schedule here, and we'll define each of them. So. Oh, the colors are so cute. I love them. I know them. Hi, welcome. Alright, so the type of feedbacks that you have, you can either have intrinsic feedback or extrinsic feedback. So what is the difference? Intrinsic feedback is going to be basically like a self-reflection, like, oh, I know I'm doing this wrong. Oh no, you know? Well, extrinsic is maybe something is correcting you, or maybe someone who's like watching over your actions being like, hey, you're doing this wrong, you should do this instead, let me help adjust you, let me fix you, or hey, I'm gonna cue you. Just again, something outside of yourself is referred to as extrinsic. And from there you'll go to either getting concurrent feedback, which means that you're getting feedback during the motion. So if you're walking and your toe starts coming a little bit out, you start waddling like a penguin, it's like, hey, fix that, bring your toes in. And that's like, oh, okay. Or you could get terminal feedback, which is right here, sorry. And that's going to be the idea of like, hey, you did the task, I saw you walk, we did our laps, I couldn't help but notice you were doing this. Can you make sure to correct that next time? So again, you get the feedback terminally, or at the end of the, thing that you were doing. So from there, the concurrent feedback or terminal feedback can go to knowledge of performance, or the terminal feedback can go to knowledge of performance or knowledge of results. So what is that? So knowledge of performance, we can actually go back here, and knowledge of performance is going to be either intrinsic feedback, so we again talked about intrinsic being that self-reflection, sensed during the task or immediate, it can be either during the task through intrinsic feedback, so you're like, oh yeah, I sense I'm doing something wrong, or it could be feedback that you get immediately that is augmented, and this is another word for extrinsic I just learned. So usually this is like verbal from whoever was watching you to give you basically feedback about the nature or the quality of how you perform that like motor task. Then we can also go to knowledge of results. So KR, the knowledge of results, is basically going to be the same thing, except instead of that intrinsic feedback that's happening during, this is only going to be about the immediate post-task augmented feedback about the outcome at the end. So this is going to be like a terminal kind of feedback. So going back, from here, our extrinsic feedback can kind of branch to whatever. It can be immediate, it can be faded, it could be summary feedback, and it could be bandwidth feedback. This kind of feedback is important because sometimes you don't really want to bombard your patient with like, hey, you're doing this wrong. When they're learning, it also kind of plays a part in where they are in the stage of learning, which is something I probably should have talked about a little bit earlier. But, so stages of learning, really quick before we go into the 4 types of feedback. Like I said, you don't want to bombard your patients with a type of feedback. You need to understand what kind of stage they are in their motor learning. So are they cognitive, are they associative, or are they autonomous? So what does that mean? So cognitive is like, hey, this is my first time doing the task. What do you want me to do? And then you do it. But of course, with anything that you're new to, it's like, oh, I can do that, let me try it out. And obviously you're bad at it. It's your first time doing it, unless you're like naturally gifted, you've been watching people, whatever. But this is under the assumption that this is your first time doing it. So how do we do this? Eventually, with more practice and the more comfortable you begin with doing a task, you go into the associative phase, or a stage of motor learning. And associative is going to be with the how to do. So how do we do this again? What should I do? How should I do it? I'm vaguely familiar with this. I know we did it like a week ago, but like, how? Hi Tala, hi, welcome. Thank you for the self-care checks. I appreciate ya. Welcome. Here, my posture is pretty good, thankfully, but let me grab some water. One moment. My water bottle's like really behind me. I'm so sorry. But thank you. Welcome. We're just going over notes, so don't mind me. Hi Omni as well. Hi. Welcome. How's your studying going? It's going. I'm only on page 1 out of 122 right now. But hopefully by 3 we'll get through at least a good chunk of it. Yeah. So from cognitive to what to do, we move to the associated stage of motor learning, which is going to be how to do. And so again, this person may be familiar with the task, but maybe they still need a little bit of feedback, like, oh, you got the gist of it, but we want to perfect the activity. This is what we should do instead, or this is how you can adjust it. The feedback is a little bit more minimum. And then we go to autonomous. So autonomous is going to be the final stage of learning, where you can basically do this almost automatically, and you require basically little to no feedback. I say little because we can talk about bandwidth feedback, which we'll skip along, but bandwidth feedback, that kind of feedback is only provided if someone does something completely wrong. So that's the kind of feedback people in the autonomous stage can expect. From there, the autonomous is just basically, how do we succeed? I know the task, I know what to do, how can I do it best? How can I do it better? You know, etc. Right? So depending on the stage of learning, we could decide what kind of feedback works best. So the different types of feedback we have that are extrinsic is going to be immediate, which is going to be after the task. Faded, which means that there's a short delay, maybe after a few minutes it's like, all right, good job champ, you know, let's take a little rest break. 5 minutes passed. Alright, well, just want to go over the results of what you did. Hey, I noticed maybe this and that, but other than that, you're doing a great job. Summary is basically, how do you say it? Summary is going to be the average performance of task after several repetitions. So let's say maybe they're doing several, like, I don't know, sit to stand exercises. So they're sitting in a chair and then they're standing back up from it. And it's like, hey, you're doing great. Here's some of the feedback I had after you completed like the 10 reps. I noticed like halfway you were getting a little bit tired, and I saw that you're pushing more off with more force. Make sure that you're not like using the handles of the chair. Like make sure it is, you're using more of your body rather than your the support of the chair. But again, you weren't using it at the beginning. And then again, we have our bandwidth, which again, we only say something if they're doing the task completely wrong. Hi Ping Chong, hi, welcome. Autonomous, it sounds like Ultra Instinct, it might as well be. So what kind of practices can we do for motor learning? So we can break this down really fast. So part practice basically means that we're doing things by the part. Hold on. Sorry, we're doing things by the part. So what is a good example of this? Primy's like walking up the stairs. Yeah, we'll get to the first flight, but let's see if you could just try to see if you can like step up, I don't know, oh my goodness, this 4-inch step. Can you step up it? Okay, step up, step down, step up, step down. You're doing one part even though it's like, but my goal is to go up the whole entire flight, and it's like, well, you're not really there yet. Let's see if you could do this like one step, or even like on a separate thing in like a parallel bar where they are in a secure location to make sure that they have like what do you call it, 2 bars to hold on to, Anyway. So from there, once they get more comfortable with that example of stepping up the 4-inch step, it's like, oh my goodness, thank you for the head pats, thank you. Then we can practice the whole. So now this task is going to be performed from the beginning to the end. So it's like, hey, you're getting really good at this 4-inch step. Let's try to see if we could do those flight of stairs, and then they just do the whole thing. And part, again, is just very segmented, so we will move on. So we have different types of practice orders. So we can do block order practice, random order practice, or random/block order practice, so a combination of the both. So basically for blocked order practice, it's going to be the same task and it's going to be performed repeatedly. So let's say you step up the step, you step down the step, step up, step down, step up, step down, and it's the same conditions in a very predictable order. The task is not going to change from one rep to the other. But in a random order practice, we might have some slight variation in a more unpredictable order. So let's say, hey, maybe someone who made these stairs were really bad at it, and they didn't make it like the same size. Sure, why not? So instead of these 4-inch steps that I'm asking you to step, oh, we're gonna have you do 2, and then we're gonna have you do 8. Each repetition is gonna change, just kind of random with its slight variations. But for the last one, the random blocked order practice, that's going to be variations that are performed in a random order, and they're going to be performed more than once, so it isn't just like one and done sort of thing. You're just going to be like, okay, now do this, okay, now do that, okay, what about this, okay, what about that, etc, etc. Alright, so we'll move on. So now let's talk about, now that we got the appreciation about stages of motor learning, how to learn, and different ways to learn and provide that feedback, let's move on to something a little bit strange. This was a little bit later in my unit, and this was in regards to balance. So we could talk about the different kind of balance tests that we have. So we have the Berg balance scale, which is going to be pretty much our golden standard, and it's tested for both static and dynamic balance. Unfortunately, there wasn't like really a lot of photos to show you, Cubs, because some of these are just like, oh, I guess, and I'll show you. But let's see. This gold standard basically, like I said, tests for both static and balance, and it'll ask you questions like things or not really ask you questions, but it'll have you perform tasks and see how well you do. Like, how well do you do with standing with your eyes together? How well do you do with standing with your feet together? You know, the idea of like, if you get rid of your vision, like, you know, even if you can have a wide base of support, like stand how you normally stand, you do feel a little bit wobbly if you have your eyes closed, because you lose that kind of input to like be like, oh my gosh, where am I? But thankfully you have proprioception to be like, oh, I am here. But it's a little bit hard because you don't have that visual input to help aid that and make you a little bit stable. And as we know, we have a wide base of support if we stand out, I don't know, cowboy style, or wait, here's better, shoulder width apart, your legs. But what if you put them together? So you're gonna have a more narrow base of support, so you're not gonna be as stable. So that's something that they also test. I think they also test, no, they don't test in tandem. There's another test that tests in tandem, which is just basically one foot in front of the other. Like if you're like tightrope walking, and how would you be basically? So yeah, that's the Berg balance scale. It's going to be basically, again, gold standard for our fall predictor. Now we're moving to the functional reach test. So this is really interesting. I feel like maybe a lot of older folks fall when they try to go out and reach for something. But this test is basically like this. They're standing. They're standing and there's a ruler, and we asked them to like, hey, can you please place your hand out? You know, place your hand out before you feel like the sensation of like falling. And there's like certain like standards. Let's see, I think I wrote it down. Yeah, so pretty much what happens is that if they're able to reach less than 6, they're at a high risk of falls. If they're only able to reach 7 to 10 inches, they're about like a moderate risk for falls. And if they get 10 or higher, I believe, that's going to mean that they're a low risk of falls. So, yeah. We have Teddy's, which is going to be also another falls risk of gait and balance. So there's apparently 2 portions of this. So we have a balance test, and then we have a gait assessment. Gait, by the way, is just a really, really, really fancy word to just be like your walking pattern. So for the balance test, they basically ask you to do like things like sit to stand, balance with your eyes open, balance with your eyes closed. What if they nudge you, which is just like something really like silly. They don't like push you or shove you, but like I forgot what the word for it is. It's like a distraction basically. But you know, even like IRL, people will like budge into you, and just making sure you still have that balance is still really nice, but they're not aggressive with it, you know? And then how you do well with turns. And then the assessment gait is about basically walking. How are you walking? How's your step length? How's the symmetry of your steps? Is one step taking a little bit more? Is one step taking a little bit less? What kind of path that you take? Are you kind of like, yeah, walk a straight line and you're not walking straight, etc, etc. My hi pals, hi, welcome. Not the gate assignment or assessment. Not the gate. I know. One day we'll get into it. Right now it's kind of like, welcome. Alright, one of the other tests we have is called best test, which is going to be for postural control, and it's going to include 6 steps. So we have like a tug, which is going to be a timed up and go test. What is your balance during gait, and then how you are on level standing. So that's going to be it kind of actually depends a little bit, but it basically, unlevel standing could be like, hey, how do you deal with standing on both legs? How do you deal with standing on one leg? And then again, that one foot in front of the other. How do you deal with tandem standing? Again, that tightrope walking. Nancy, how long do you think you'll be streaming? I said I'll meet up with classmates at 4, so probably 4 more hours, maybe. I'm gonna try to meet up with them as fast as I can though, because they're the only ones who can help me during these trying times. But we're all gonna just sit in a voice call being like, do you get it? No. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, 4 more hours. But if you have to go, you have to go. Absolutely no hacking problems. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate ya. Thank you. And have a good one. If I catch you later, cool. And if I don't catch you later, no worries. I'm gonna be here tomorrow for neuroscience as I scream. Anyway. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. Thank you. Oh, before I move on, We also have movement strategies, and we'll talk about that more in detail, but there's like hip strategy, ankle strategy, and step strategy. Basically, it's the idea of like, hey, if you do get shoved, how do you recuperate that, you know? And then the use of AD to widen BOS, so the use of assistive device to widen your base of support, because again, this is how we stand. We stand like this, but as someone who doesn't have normal like balance, you might need to use a cane, and that's gonna help. Sorry, let me do this. They're gonna use a cane, and as you see from just here, this is going to widen their base of support by like a ton. Da-da. Right, concepts of motor learning. Oh, okay, so this is basically just, hey, what is motor learning? And just understand that motor learning is basically the idea that we could do a complex set of different tasks of things that we just eventually required, like again, walking or walking and talking, or you know, silly things like that. So understand also the term of performance, which is just going to be the ability to carry out a skill, and learning is just going to be the acquisition and retention of that skill. Like, oh, okay, cool, you learned how to skateboard, all right, that's cool. All right, let's see you do it a month from now. Like, let's see you do it 2 months, a year, 5 years, etc., etc. And then hopefully you perform to where you want to be. Like, yeah, I could skateboard, I learned it. And it's like, okay, cool. So those are the concepts of motor learning. So let's talk about task. So task is going to be, you can have either a discrete task, which basically means that there's a recognizable beginning and end. So for the beginning and end, it's basically like, oh, I'm kicking a ball. When I kick the ball will fly to hopefully the goal or to another person without hurting them, etc., etc. And that's the end. I kicked the ball beginning, the end, the ball is gone to wherever the heck it went. Shrug. That is what they call a discrete task. The opposite of that is going to be a continuous task, and continuous, it's going to be like a repetitive uninterrupted movement that has no distinct beginning or end. So like walking, you never really know when you're going to stop walking, and it's like, well, I'm walking from point A to point B, but I mean, you can stop any other time. It's kind of wonky, you know? Yeah, you can have a defined point in your head, but that doesn't really count for tasks, so big shrug. And in the middle between discrete and a continuous, we have serial. And serial task is going to be a series of discrete movement, which we talked about discrete again, having that recognizable beginning and end, and it's going to be combined in a particular sequence. So again, eating, so nom 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 nom. There's a lot of very refined movements to just like simply eat. And then we could talk again about the stages of learning, but we just briefly again go over cognitive of the what to do, associative, how to do it, and autonomous of how to succeed. Alright, moving on, we'll talk about the IFC model. So the IFC model is the International Classification of Functioning Disability and Health. IFC. So there's really wacky ways to do it. This is like the summary version of it. So let's talk about this one. So the IFC model, in short, is basically seeing someone more than their disorder or disease. So it's kind of like, oh, well, that person just has like post-op knee surgery, like a TKA, total knee, TKR, sorry, total knee replacement. Oh, that's all they are. And it's like, no, they're more than that. So we put the health condition, like, it's so important to be like, yeah, this guy is post-op knee surgery. Okay, that's in our health condition, but what is affected? How's it affecting your life? How can we get the tasks that we want them to do to get their life back in order to become relevant to them? And what are some factors that we need to consider? So, for health condition, okay, knee replacement. What kind of activity is that affecting? So activity can be summed up as any of our INGs. What does that mean? So any word ending with ing is basically what's going to be affected when it comes to activity. So that could be walking, rolling, squatting, etc. And those examples are actually what we can place in our main example of the guy with the knee replacement. He's going to have some trouble walking long distances. He's going to stop because, ow, this hurts, or oh this, or oh that. And then he's not going to really be able to squat because maybe he it depends also on the precautions and where he is, and maybe swelling can play a part. Like, we'll talk about that actually in just a moment. But he might have trouble with these activities. And then from there, we can go to the body structure and function. So the body function is any like physiological aspect that we need to examine about the patient. So this is how they may be feeling function-wise. So they might be like, hey, I can't perform my activity because I have a lot of pain. Or, hey, I can't do this safely because I have decreased range of motion. While the body structures are going to be more anatomical, which is going to be like, hey, I'm having muscle spasms, or hey, my joint is swelling. That's everything you need to consider, and how that's going to play a part in his activity. And not just the activity, his participation in society. Yeah, because we live in a society, cubs. But no, seriously, this is going to affect the way that maybe he takes care of himself, or how he gets around, or his occupation. Like, oh, now he might need to do some work adjustments. Maybe he is a student, and maybe that's going to affect some of his school things. There's just multiple things that we need to consider, other than, well, he can't squat. Like, okay, but how does not squatting play a part in his participation in his society, in his life? Let's say now this guy's a little bit older. Okay, his activity, he can't squat. So his lack of participation, or his what do you call it? Participation impairment is going to be like, I can't play with my grandkids. My grandkids are small. I need to be close to the floor, but it's really hard for me to get up. I try to squat, but it's too painful, and I don't really have the range of motion. I can't flex my knee, you know? Or I can't go back to extend it properly. Everything just hurts, and it's like, oh shoot, okay. So moving on to that, all of these three things can also play a part into his environmental factors or his personal factors. Sorry for the ugly arrow, I'm just like trying to point. So with all that in mind, of just being like, oh, this is more than a guy of just a knee replacement, we need to also consider some of the environmental factors. So hey, maybe he lives in an apartment and he's on the 2nd floor and there's no elevator or anything like that. Well, we can make it more dramatic. Maybe he's on the 3rd floor with no elevator at an apartment complex. We need to understand, like, wow, how many steps do you go up? Oh my gosh, you go up like 3 flights of stairs? Are you okay? We need to consider how we can make, again, our SMART goals relevant, to be like, all right, we need to really get you up these steps and walking, and how can we mimic that in a clinical setting? Oh, we can have like a little box stool, and again, we can go with different heights, and we could see how they are with walking, you know? But then what about some personal factors as well? So some personal factors that we need to consider is maybe their race, maybe their gender, maybe their family background and education, because that all plays a part into the healing process, you know? Some races are prone to more things than others. Like, what is it? I think like older white women are more prone to bone density issues. Oh, gender, you've always hear like, oh, males are more this disease or disorder may be more prevalent to males, or maybe even male exclusive, like Berger's disease, when we talked about in the biophysical agents like study stream, where Berger's disease is for only males, and it's for smokers who are sensitive to the cold, basically. Family background could play a part. Maybe they're like, I know this sounds weird, but maybe how they grew up, like, you gotta cut, don't even worry about it, you're gonna be okay, just tough it out, you know? While other people are like, oh my gosh, I'm really scared, and I've never had this happen, and this. They kind of basically assume the worst of everything, you know? I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be family background, but that can be like how they are raised, basically. Can play a part in their personal factors. And then education. There's some people who, even though I'm gonna get my doctorate degree in this, I'm gonna have people who are still gonna talk to me in my face and be like, hey, I think you're wrong because I googled this and I saw this. And I'm gonna be like, okay, I definitely did not do like definitely did not do how many years of school. But it's also important to look up stuff. If you're unsure about your health, it's important to like look up and be like, hey, you know, I saw this when I googled this and I had this concern. Oh, okay, let's talk about it. But there have been cases when I was working in the clinic where people have told off my clinician and been like, well, actually, I think it's this. And it's like, okay. Anyway. So moving on, we could talk about like tests, screens, assessment, etc. And just basically knowing the difference. So this is just a vocab thing. So for screening, it's basically summed up version is just to check up risk. Whenever you do screening forever, forever? Oh my gosh, don't do screening forever. Screenings in general, they're just really important to check if maybe you're at risk for something. I know, oh gosh, I don't know actually. There's certain things I know I should be doing as a female that I should be getting checked and stuff. I think like once you're over forever 17 plus 3 you should be getting like these certain screenings to make sure you're not at risk. But but that also goes for like any gender, by the way. Just making sure that you have like your yearly exam and whatnot. I say that as I've not gone to the doctor in many years. Minus the urgent care. Robo says, actually, I googled my symptoms and it says coughing and a slight fever, maybe symptoms of the Black Plague. Well, actually, you may be right, but it's kind of a long gone disease, hopefully. You know, if the Black Plague actually just reappears, I would just not be surprised, or something similar to it. Nothing surprises me in this lifetime anymore. Anyway, so from screening, that's gonna be to check risk. Testing, we're gonna gauge the ability. So like this timed up and go test that we talked about during the balance. Timed up and go literally is like they get time from as soon as they like they sit up, they stand up, sorry, from a chair, walk a small path and come back down. That test is to engage their ability, or gauge their ability to see if they're able to A, do the test, and B, see what that puts them in. Like, okay, your time puts you in high risk or moderate risk or low risk of maybe potentially being a falls risk. And an assessment is just basically to estimate their inability, which sounds kind of rude, but it's just like, hey, we're gonna just do this quick assessment really quick just to test like if you're able to do this task, and if you're not, don't worry, we can work up to it. Or hey, you passed this assessment, cool, well now guess what, we'll just move on, you're past the stage, and that's good. All right, let's see what else. Oh. So we can move on to FMS, functional movement screen. So the reason why I cry about this is because this is something really interesting. Let's talk about it. So the functional movement screen is basically going to be something to determine someone's physical fitness protocols, and pretty much we grade it on like several things. We either grade it, is it functional, and is there pain? Excuse me. So if it's not functional, it would be dysfunctional. And if there's no pain, then there's no pain. And if there's pain, it's painful. One of the things that we'll be really assessing other than your physical fitness is basically your mobility and stability / motor control throughout this whole entire process. So with this in mind, basically, there are 7 fundamental movement patterns that require mobility and stability that take place where extreme positions of weakness and imbalances become noticeable if appropriate body mechanics and strategies are not used. We basically are able to identify, let's see if I can highlight this one moment. 7, we can identify anyone who may have like some compensation to their movement. And basically these tests are just to pretty much just challenge your body's ability to see how you can move from the most proximal to distal sequence, so any movement close to the trunk and then going away. Let's see. You could also use Goni measurements, so we can measure basically like how far you may be from normal, because maybe you're not having trouble performing this task. We'll test you in this certain motion. I'll be like, oh, okay, you're this far away. Let's see if we can improve that and change that number and increase it, okay? Alright, from there, with the FMS, there is actually a scale, and it's a really weird scale. It is 0 to 3. So when we're doing the motion, and you do it perfectly, chef kiss, you get a 3. 2 is basically, hey, you could do the motion, but you compensate basically, like, oh, well, you did this, it's not really perfect, so bam, 2. Number 1 is basically, hey, the patient is able to try to get into the position pattern, but they're not able to do it successfully. they're not able to do either the pattern or even get into the position, so that's going to be a solid 1. And then 0 is that if there's just any pain during the test. So you could be performing the movement correctly, everything looks great, chef kiss, mwah, but you're just like, I actually have pain with this. So even though you're performing it correctly, you would still get a score of 0. So there's different kind of tests. So we could talk about the deep squat and how that deals with your hip, knees, and ankle mobility. Same with the hurdle step. Inline lunge also deals with that, but with your quad flexibility, so your thigh muscles right up here. That's going to be dealing with that. Your shoulder mobility, that one's fun. It's like, hey, if you reach behind your back, can your hands touch? And if they don't touch, how much of a distance is it, you know? We have straight leg raise, so this person is actually laying down, I promise, and they're just putting their leg up, and that's going to be assessing their lower extremities, their trunk, and their pelvis. And really, again, just hamstring, again, that back of the leg flexibility, you know? We have trunk stability. That's not me, not Sunny coming after my booty about doing push-ups, but I have very weak trunk stability. I am not able to do this. When I scored this, I think I was able to get like a 1, maybe a and again, 1 means that I was unable to perform, or I was unable to perform the pattern, but I was able to get into the position, so that should mean something, you know? And there's rotation stability. I don't know if you guys have heard of the exercise like threading the needle, but it's like a similar position where quadruped pose or position, I think. This one's actually really weird, because I think initially what they want you to do is that both upper and lower extremity is supposed to go out at the same time. So let's say you're in, like, again, this tabletop position. Sorry to this person's head. I'm so sorry. Keep putting your head like that. I'm so sorry. Alright. So it's really weird, but I think what's supposed to happen with this is that one side is supposed to stay stable, so let's say this side, and the other side is supposed to come out. But I think if that's very difficult, which it is, it's very, very difficult to be like, yeah, just balance on one side of your body and keep in that like tabletop position, like, oh, no thank you. You could do the opposite, like opposite arm, opposite leg to keep you stable. And that's gonna work with your multi-plane trunk stability, and also just really help with the neuromuscular coordination, because again, it's just such a hard exercise. We can assess during the FMS, basically if it's painful or dysfunctional, and that's basically saying like, hey, if it's functional, it's unlimited, unrestricted movement, but if it's dysfunctional, it's limited or restricted in some way because of lack of mobility, stability, or even symmetry. And in painful, I'm sure we're all like familiar with pain, but basically it's just the idea like, hey, this movement that I did actually increased my pain, or actually no, it didn't increase my pain whatsoever. Then you eat breakfast on their back? I wish I could have a back as flat as that and be like, oh yes, the perfect table. Robo says they're obviously doing it wrong. The trick is to dread the needle, is to wet the end of the string first so it doesn't flare up as much. Honestly. I've done a lot of, I did a lot of sewing back in the day when I was super into cosplay, and I was like, I'm gonna make my own cosplay. And so I did a lot of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna politely wet this and still like mess up and not make it through the hole. Hi Ree, welcome back, welcome back. I thought you'd appreciate this aspect. So yeah, we're just going over the notes right now, so don't mind me. Right? So with that's pretty straightforward with like, hey, pain or no pain. You need to give Robo some doxycycline. Because they got the beautiful. It's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke. If they really did have it, would they really have the audacity to say it out loud and then doom us all? If I start looking at the news and it says like Black Plague is back, I will scream. Anyway, I'll be like, Robo, I vaguely know where you live. I'm coming to get you. I'm gonna kick your booty. Alright, so with that in mind, so now we're gonna move on from FMS to FCE. So FCE is Functional Capacity Examination. So this one's really interesting. This is kind of dealing more with people when they say they have like workers' comp or something like that, or they get injured at the job. This FCE is basically how do you call it? Test to see if they're able to get back. Right, Tippy's inside your walls. You're never alone. You're never alone. You're never alone. Anyway, so let's read the purpose. So the purpose is basically safety stop points or safe maximum, understand potential compensations or what structures may be anatomically impaired, weak or tight, and saying basically the appropriateness of the performance done. So our main purpose, oh wait, this is just, that's just an overview. Heck, okay, the actual purpose of FCE, or Functional Capacity Examination, is to basically look at the ability of the person or the disability. So look at what the person's able to do. No, don't be silly, that's where Cal lives? Oh, we're neighbors. I could just hear Cal's voice right now. Anyway. Alright, so you look at their abilities and their disabilities, and you basically look at the whole body movement and see how they go, and basically indicate their level of safety and how they are with performing the activity, and determine what is their safe maximum function. So the safety or stop point or safe maximum. So basically, you never stop this test. This test can only stop if the person is exhibiting like really unsafe body mechanics, or they are compensating in such a way that's kind of like, that's completely wrong, don't do it. You don't stop it because there's pain, which sounds kind of counterproductive. It's like, don't you want to stop if there's pain? Like, no. You don't, but the patient can still stop the exam if they hurt too much, but that would be something that we consider as the term self-limited. So, and again, self-limited says if patient stops test due to pain, but the patient never, or the therapist never stops the test because of complaints of pain. That ring is my Pomodoro timer. Hold on, let's see. Okay, let's finish up this section. I'll take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll get into it. Right now we're on page 7 out of 122, so there's still a lot more to go, unfortunately, but that's okay. Can't believe it's already been 45 minutes, so holy heck. Okay, so yeah, the safe functional max is 100% max effort. Body mechanics, something that we need to examine and just make sure that we're looking. And we can also stop the test because of physiological reasons. Maybe their heart rate is like really high up, maybe they're having chest pain, angina, maybe their skin color is turning, maybe they're like blue for whatever reason. It's like, oh my gosh, what the heck, that means that you're not getting oxygen in this certain place, so we need to figure it out. Maybe there's like excessive sweating, or just sweating in general, because these exercises are not supposed to be like super hard, you know. Muscle shaking, so let's say they put something overhead and their muscle is like spooky, it's like, oh gosh, okay, we'll stop because of that. And shortness of breath is also going to be another reason of why we're going to stop this exam. Right, hold on, let me use up some water. So with that, while we're doing this test and workers' comp and all that jazz, and people not really wanting to go back to work, which I don't blame them by whatever means, you might have this concept of malingering, or you might run into someone who is a malingerer. And what that is implying is that, what do you call it? Malingering, it just means that you're faking illness to escape duty. Malingering, whatever, is a pretty common word. So your patient might know what that means. So what word we use in healthcare is that we use symptom magnification. So symptom magnification is basically like, oh, this patient's complaining about doing this exercise, but if they do the same exercise in a different way that works the same muscles and they don't complain of pain, what's happening? So, symptom magnification is to describe inconsistencies to the test, and there's different types of malingering. There's like a refugee apparently, which I don't know what that means, a game player, and a perpetual or identified patient. So a refugee apparently tends to be female, job hunt, feel like they're indispensable, and if symptoms are maintained, they get out of unresolved conflict. You know what, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not gonna read this. I'm not gonna read this because even the PowerPoint didn't really go into like super depth with this. It's just like naming like different type of people who would be malingerers, of just like, hey, this person like came in with like every assistive device and they said their I don't know, their pinky hurts, but they're wearing like a cast on their foot and their leg, and they're wearing like an ice pack, and they're coming in looking like looking like heck, but you know, they're only here for one thing and their symptoms are just really not matching up. I think that's what they consider like a game player or something like that. I just never heard of the refugee thing before. And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm so sorry. Alright, when we come back, we'll talk more about PNFs because this is what I really want to focus on if possible. My classmates study guide, as well as the new study guide that came out, does like a wonderful job with this, so we'll definitely be able to look at it a little bit more and be like, oh yes, quite, yes. Let me see if I could do something really quick though. One moment. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna also open up my other study guide to also use as reference, but let's take a little quick 5-minute break, okay? Sorry fellow Pomodorians. Oh, apparently I could do this now? You can! Congratulations! Oh my goodness! Bachi! Congratulations! VIP! Congratulations, very important cub. Let's get you in here. Da 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 da. Congratulations, you have the pink diamond. How does it feel? Here's your interview. Hi, hello cubs. Today I'm here with Seiji Tataki. Wouldn't it be VIC? Yeah, but who's gonna understand VIC? You know? Hi, Big Hand. Hi. Welcome. Look at all the VIPs coming out of lurking. And Big Hand, let me give you a shout out. One moment. It's the power of lurking. It really is though. Lurking, awkward staring. Honestly, these 8-hour streams have been helping. All the channel point harvesting. One day I'll make a super powerful redeem that's worth, I don't know, 50,000, and then all the cubs will be like, whoa, amazing. Wow. But thank you, no problem. Alright, BRB second, catch my breath. I'll do a little rap on a BRB. That means be right back. Wow. Okay. I was just like, huh? Mike? Mike, please! Mike, please! Alright, let me actually lower this really quick too. Alright, I am back. I'm so sorry. It may take a little longer than 5 minutes, but how do you say it? My hitman job came back to me and they're like, excuse me. They're like, Tippa. And I'm like, yes? Hey. Fill out more documents. I'm like, no! No! So, I have to, what do you call it? And not maybe fill out more documents, but I have to correct a few things, you know? So I'm just like, what do you mean? They're like, I don't know if this go. After waiting for so long? Yeah, right? They're like, hey, okay, sorry, I'm gonna be really picky about this really quick. The reason why they sent back my thing is because I used to work remote and they want like the physical address of it. Actually, I should probably reply to that. Let's see. Good morning, just want to double check, please. Alright, hello, how you? Sorry to bother you. I can do my best to try to correct everything, and let's see. And by tomorrow morning, I unfortunately do not have a physical location for the job I worked remote for. A physical address for the job I worked remote for. Please let me know what type of alternatives I can do. So I don't. Huh? What? Alright, I'll have to read this later. I'll have Serena, really late. Let me just ask about the other things, and hopefully everything will come in eventually. Alright, and finish typing this. Alright, there you go. Bam. Sent it. Done. Hitman job done. Hitman job updated. Hitman job. Alright. Hi Matt. Hi, welcome. Remote work be like blah, 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 blah. I don't know, I kinda had fun, quotation marks, at my remote work, but I ended up getting kinda tired of what do you call it? Of the work itself. So I was just like, you know what? I'll go back into this. Which was really like nice because I was kind of like, oh, you know, my life has always been like, what can I what kind of jobs can I do and what kind of benefits can I get basically from it. So when I worked in a lot of foods, what happened was just like I worked in those food places because I just wanted free food. Your bearcat did not want to cook. And then I knew that my friends and family also like those food places, so then we went to, you know, get like discounts or get free food from them as well. So yeah. Hi Sugar again. Hi, welcome. We said just say that the physical location was the server in one of the Amazon data warehouse. Honestly, I'm about to, but I'm just like, what do I do? There's like no physical address. What do you want me to do? I don't know. And I think the only physical address they may have, if I dig it up, is a what do you call it? A PO box, and I don't know if they'll accept that. Did I work out of a PO box? I guess. You haven't broken any bones this month? Let's go. It's the 28th. Let's hecking go. Alright. Alright, let's get back to studying. Hopefully I get an email sometime soon, but I'm so confused. Anyway. I need some old school thinking. Yeah. But this is supposed to be like a government job, so I'm like, I hope they understand the increase, you know? In remote jobs. I don't know. It was in Tennessee. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Alright, I will inhale air. I will exhale air. Let's get back into studying, okay? Let me put my timer right behind me. And... oh. Got a sad message. Oh. Classmate also shared something that's very useful. Thank you, classmate. So we're going to talk about this in just a moment, but I guess we might as well get an idea. So the next thing we're going to be talking about is the proprioceptive neuromuscular pattern. And my classmate just shared this, so I guess it works, right? So when we talk about PNF, the reason why we're doing this is to pretty much help assist with like strength and coordination if a patient's unable to do like a certain motion. And this kind of type of pattern is supposed to replicate the most like normal movement, because when we move in like 3 planes rather than like very flat one-dimensional plane, you know? Yeah, we could do a lot of like, I don't know, marching or kicking on our legs, but does that really replicate normal motion? Not necessarily. So there is a D1, D2 pattern, and we'll talk about the patterns more in detail, and I'll bring up this picture, but it's just really cute because this is for the scapula. Not scapula, oh my gosh, but I mean it is, but it is. This is dealing with upper extremity motion, and for upper extremity motion there's like these weird patterns. So we have like the first rule in the car, put your seatbelt on, and then 2, the disco. So we have D1 flexion and D2 flexion, and it's just saying like what is the difference with it. And I have my own little fun gimmick that we can go on about, but just know that D1 flexion is supposed to be shoulder flexion, adduction, external rotation. Actually, let's get rid of that. We'll talk about it later in photos, and then we'll come back to it and be like, doesn't it make sense? Isn't it so nice? Okay, anyway. So review, principles, manual context, 3, we talked about that, the timing, Alright, so there was this thing that my classmate had brought up to me, and they're like, I don't get irradiation, and I'm just like, where did you see that word? And they're like, oh, with the P&F section, so let's try to learn this together. Also, my pencil's not working? Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Hold on. One moment. Okay, cool. It works now. Alright, let me also grab this really quick. Irradiation. So, my classmate was telling me about this term, and I'm like, I've never seen this term in my life. What the heck are you talking about? And they're like, well, it's in the P&F section. I'm like, what is that? So, irradiation apparently is summed up as the spread of muscular response, and it facilitates weak muscles by giving resistance to the strongest muscles. So, it eases up weaker muscles by giving resistance to the stronger muscles. Is there like a, let's see. What does irradiation mean in general, though? Exposed to radiation. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see what my classmates' notes have to say. Irradiation and reinforcement are based on... Alright, let's, I guess, write this down. Right, so the reason why we're learning this is based on some guy's law, and this guy's name was Sherrington. And this is called the law of irradiation. Ooh, so original, am I right? Irradiation. Oh, apparently this guy also created the theory of motor control, so maybe I shouldn't hack him up. Theory of motor control. And then kind of led to the reflex theory. Forgot about that. Alright, reflex theory. Radiation? Wait, irradiation? Irradiate. Really?
Irradiate.
Irradiate.
Irradiation.
Irradiation. What was I saying earlier? Huh? Irradiation. Anyway. Complex, So we lead, and basically irradiation, that is supposed to be defined as the spreading and increased strength response which leads to, let's see, overflow of excitation. You said irradiation? Oh, I'm sorry. Which is gonna allow for a, let's see, stronger motor units. Oh, overflow from stronger to the weaker, and the spread, and the spread will lead to the contraction. Interesting. Contraction of weaker muscles. Interesting, and then response will increase. Stimuli. Increase. Sorry, and then either okay. So what the heck is irradiation? It leads to cancer in short? No, I don't know why they use that kind of term, but apparently what it's supposed to do is that it's supposed to help encourage the weaker muscles. That the reason why we're doing PNF again is to help like the strength and coordination, but to help the weaker muscles get involved. So what happens is that this type of irradiation is going to spread and increase and have this like overflow or excitement, and this excitation is going to come from the stronger motor units to the weaker ones to get them involved. And apparently it could do one of two things. It can what do you call it, help facilitate the process. So it means that, hey, the weaker muscles are also going to be contracting, but it also says it can also be inhibitory, which means it could cause the relaxation, which is weird. I wish you talked about reinforcement though. Let's see. No, because each person is different, reacts differently. We can't give you an exact instructions to where or how much to resist to in order to produce irradiation or reinforcement. It will just vary from patient to patient and assessing the results of the treatment. Okay. Oh, maybe because when something radiates, it spreads out? Yeah, I that is like the safest way. It could be like that's why they would use that word, but it's so strange still. And then reinforcement, which is not mentioned here. I don't know if those words are interchangeable. I don't know, but basically I'm looking at this classmate's notes and it says to strengthen, increase strength, and these are all gonna just be again the result of properly applied resistance. Alright, we'll get that out of the way. Alright, so that's interesting. So again, the concept of PNF will go to irradiation. And irradiation can go hand in hand with reinforcement, but either way, it's just getting those weaker muscles in. Speaking of weaker muscles, or when you're having trouble moving, there is this thing called quick stretch. And quick stretch is basically to facilitate like the muscle spindles to like start activating. So maybe if someone is having an issue with performing a certain motion, like, oh, I'm having trouble with flexion, then they can go from there. So let's see. Yeah, and evoke a motor response and improve neuromuscular control and function. Okay. There's different PNF techniques that could be used. And again, PNF can be used to help with strength, endurance, stability, coordination. There's different ways we can, techniques we could do with PNF that we'll look at a little bit later. So we'll look at rhythmic initiation, and reversal of antagonists, repeated quick stretch, combination of isotonic, timing for emphasis. We could do contract, relax, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. We can do different kind of patterns, which again, I think my other study guide for my classmates does a better job in like, this is what this is, this is what this is. But let's talk about the symmetry thing, because that actually plays like a weirdly big part, you know? You need medical school, because I'm not in medical school. Go to medical school. Go to medical school. Alright, so for the asymmetrical, symmetrical, reciprocal patterns, basically, when we talk more about the patterns, and this is going to be something we'll try to visualize a little bit more, the patterns can be defined as asymmetrical or symmetrical. So what's really unfortunate is that this isn't just like your normal like art class where it's like, hey, is this picture of a butterfly symmetrical or asymmetrical? Or hey, is this symmetrical? You know, like, it's not as easy as that. Symmetrical and asymmetrical mean like different things in this when it comes to the concept of PNF. So symmetrical means that it's going to have the same pattern, and it's gonna basically form like, the same pattern or same diagonal pattern. So in this case, like they used an example like, hey, if you're doing both D2 flexion, though we haven't talked about it yet, D2 flexion is like you unsheath the sword and you're like, oh, ta-da! But your hands are up in this like Y position. So because it's the same pattern, it will be symmetrical, while asymmetrical means that they're doing like a different pattern or a different diagonal. So D1 flexion is, let's see, oh no. Oh, well, I guess kind of. I'm like, why does it say dab? But D1 flexion is just basically like, how do you call it? Like putting on a seatbelt. That's where one hand is, where the other hand is doing that Y. So I guess it can be a dab if you like squint at it. So now that we got asymmetrical, symmetrical down, we combine the word reciprocal to it. And when we combine the word reciprocal, it basically means that it's going to have the opposite direction. So this is really interesting. So basically they kind of complement each other. I don't know how to like say it, but I think in this example, like let's say this is someone's back and they're trying to scratch their back. It is the same pattern, or no, it's not the same pattern. This is asymmetrical. It's a different pattern, but it's going in the opposite direction. They kind of complement each other. I don't know, like someone does a wave with their hands or something like that. This would be a reciprocal basically. It's just opposite directions. And then you just have to identify, is it asymmetrical or symmetrical? Summary. We could talk about balance. Basically, balance is a combination of both motor coordination and sensory organization. So you need that motor coordination because you need the muscles to help you maintain your balance or even like your posture. While sensory organization, which is going to have that afferent information, is going to be super helpful as well because that's also going to help you give that feedback to be like where you are in space. And that feedback can come from your vestibular system, your visual system, so like your eyes, or your somatosensory, your proprioceptive. So like even if your eyes are closed or maybe you're in like a really dark area, you're still familiar with where your body is in space. So to maintain balance, you must be able to have that proprioceptive ability to detect your body position or movement. You may be able to, what do you call it? You must have the ability to relay that information back to the CNS. So basically, again, that motor or sensory coordination. And you must have the appropriate musculoskeletal response. It's one thing to know where you are, but can you actually move to maintain that balance? So we talk about different environmental factors about how these take a role. So basically know that your vision helps you because it helps with the orientation of your head and eyes. And basically your self-motion to the environment. Blah blah blah, gives feedback. Sorry, I don't mean to go blah blah blah. I'm trying to speedrun this. Because I think what I'm going to do right now, or I think my goal is to finish explaining the study guide. Read what my classmate has, so we might do more focused pomodoro. And then pretty much go from there, you know? Because there's already one, so I want to see if I can read more information, and if I have any questions then I can ask my classmates when I study with them. So, and then after the visual we have vestibular, so that's going to measure again the orientation, or measure the perception of your orientation on your head and eyes, so similar to your visual, and the self-motion. Oh wait, no, this is a repeat, I forgot. Vestibular system is going to be dealing with your hearing basically, and so what happens with that is that it's going to help with postural movement and eye movement, depending via spinal cord. So via spinal cord is going to be the vestibular spinal reflex that we have in our system. So it's kind of like, oh, I feel like we're slouching, you kind of automatically are like, oh, here I am. Not always it's conscious, unfortunately. Sometimes you're just not like, oh, I feel wrong, let me just fix myself. But if you do, you get this reflex. Let's see, eye movement, basically helping maintain like a stable point of visual fixation. So you know when you turn your head left, your eyes stay in the opposite direction. So that's why when people, there was like a little Twitter post that I was seeing where if someone's definitely looking like this way, their eyes are still like this way. Their eyes don't go, well, this way. If that makes sense, I'm so sorry. Anyway, and then we also have the, again, more proprioceptive or somatosensory, and that's going to be feedback from the peripheral mechanical receptors, and that's going to be more internal. So we're talking about like our biology a little bit more with like the Golgi muscle spindles and the Golgi tendon organs, which you may have heard or seen in your biology course. So risk basically with balance and falls, or why balance is just important in general, if you didn't get the gist of it in general, is that you don't want to be a falls risk. If you fall, you're more likely to get hurt. And the risk of having like poor balance or being that falls risk is maybe you have some muscle weakness, you have a history, you have a gait defect, you have a balance defect, so maybe you're not walking right, maybe you're not even able to stand even though you have a wide base of support. You use assistive device, that means that you're using that assistive device to increase your base of support to make you more stable, so if you don't have it, you're going to be at risk for falling. Visual defects are basically impacting the activities of daily living. So if you don't see something, you might trip over and fall. Depression could play a part. Yeah. Cognitive impairments, and then if you're over the age of 80, you may be at risk of falling or having these balance things. For my US caps, I'm sure you've seen like the, oh my gosh, what is it called? Was it like Safe Flight? I don't remember. Maybe that's a completely different product, but it's a like infomercial of like, help, I've fallen, I can't get up. It's basically, yeah. There's different tests that we could do to assess balance, which we talked about earlier. We could talk about types of potential examples of your balance, or we could talk about static. So static is just your center of gravity over a fixed BOS, base of support on a stable surface. So you're just standing. You're standing, nothing's happening, you're good. But we can make it semi-dynamic. So basically your center of gravity is fixed on an unstable surface. So you're going to transfer your center of gravity over a fixed base of surface on a stable surface. So what does that mean? That was a lot of repetition. So okay, you could stand up perfectly, no balance issues, perfect. Now let's change your surface. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a foam pad. So basically now your weight distributes in such a weird wacky way basically when you're standing on the foam pad that you're just not as stable anymore, and that's what we're going to consider as semi-dynamic. But you're still going to have the stable floor underneath the foam pad. You're not doing anything too wonky, but you know. And then at the end we have dynamic. So dynamic is going to be, let's see, center of gravity over moving base of support. So like your feet, like so if you're walking and whatnot, that's dynamic balance. And it's usually on a stable surface, so like you're walking on like a cement, you're walking on a very smooth pavement. And you can basically progress or apply an exercise safely when trying to do this. Oh, this is the word I was looking for earlier. Perturbance. So it's like, oh, okay, they're doing so good in their balance. How can we keep testing their balance? So we can do multiple things. One of the things they really emphasize in class is that you could do perturbance. I hope I'm saying that right. But basically you could give like little nudges, or you can kind of distract the patient, or do like small shoulder taps and being like, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm here. Like you're just tapping them and they're just like, whoa, the feedback, whoa. But yeah, so from there we have different kind of postures. And what do you call it? We have a lordotic posture, which I think I'll grab better examples because my stick figures are not it, Chief. They're not it. And I'll grab them once I am done looking over the other study I hadn't seen if they have a picture. But there's like one picture I like looking at Google Image about. I mean, let me see if I can grab it now. We could try to briefly talk about it because we're already there. So heck, okay, hold on. Alright, well, what should we look up? Let's see. Lordotic posture? Perfect, I found the image. Sorry, 2 disco. Alright, so I guess we could briefly talk about it. Let's see. So the first one they're talking about is lordotic posture, and then we could keep this way back right here. So lordotic, as you see, our spine is not supposed to look like that. Do you need a normal? Hold on. I'm all of these? No, you're not. No, you're not. So good posture is like you have a, oh my gosh, what did they call it? A plumb line, and everything is supposed to fall within like the certain line, like the whole of your ear, the External auditory meatus is supposed to go, and then supposed to align with, I think, your ishiotuberosity. And not the cake. And then like your ankle's also supposed to, like, let's keep it simple. Your ankle is supposed to align with your ear, basically. But sometimes that's not the possibility, because you see the second one right here, where it's like, oh, their ankle is aligned with their ear, but their whole like back isn't. Heck. Just keep everything in a straight line. So let's talk about this a little bit more, I suppose, right? Big ham. Stare. So for lordotic, it's going to be increased in lumbar lordosis. So as you see, this person has like booty, basically. And it's not like real booty, which sounds like really dumb. Wait, you're the fourth one? Oh no! Squeeze your shoulder blades back. Squeeze your shoulder blades back. Anyway, it's not real booty, but it's the idea that his back is curved in such a way where it's like, wow, it looks like you have booty. It's like, no, that's just his spine curved in such a weird way. He's having this increased lumbar lordosis, which kind of goes into the concept of that our backs do have normal curvatures. Let's see, let's pop up another image really quick. So right here, this is supposed to be our what do you call it, our back. So this is our spine, and as you see on the far left, that's supposed to be normal. Let me see, can I normal right there. So you have normal curvatures. You see the, oh, it went into an arrow. How cute. Oh, but I don't have a mouse. Oh yes, I do. Tipanya, I need to sacrifice you. Anyway, so you have a normal curvature up here with your neck for the cervical, and that's going to be in reference to kyphosis. So you're going to have a normal kyphotic curve up here, and you're going to have a lordotic curvature right here in the lumbar spine. So what happens is that if you have excess, what's happening right here with lordosis is that this is a normal curvature right here. Look at the lower back. Look at where my hand is my hand is pointing. Now look here. It's increased curvature. You see this? Wait, are the black dotted lines the same in each one? Yeah. Okay, so the black is supposed to be the normal, and you see, not within the normal anymore. So that's why you're going to end up with this kind of posture right here. And why that happens is because of tight hip flexors that are bringing you into this position, and lumbar extensors are also going to play a part into this. When you have lordosis, what's also going to happen is that you're going to have increased hip flexion, which we definitely see here, and anterior pelvic tilt. So what happens is that if you put your hand on your hips, there's like this bony prominence, or like bony structure you'll feel with maybe like your pointer or your middle finger, and that's going to be considered your ASIS. And what happens is that as that goes forward, that's going to be in reference to this movement of increased anterior pelvic tilt. So what's going to happen, and why there's going to be these tight hip flexors, is because you have weak abdominals and just impaired muscle performance in general. So why else can this happen? Let's see. This can also help, not only can this happen because of overall muscle weakness, especially in the abdominals, but this can also happen because of faulty posture. We just kind of end up in this way, unfortunately. It can also end up with pregnancy. So imagine a pregnant woman who's trying to like balance out their really heavy, who knows, 10-pound baby. Whoa. Obesity also works in this way, and then again, the weak abdominal muscles are gonna end. You're gonna end up with this. I have slight lordotic posture because I don't have abdominal muscles. Anyway, let's talk about the relaxed or slouched or sway back posture. So that's the one that we have on the far left right over here. So sway back right here, this guy, as you see, is just like, it looks like the wind's pushing him. He's like, whoa. And this is going to happen because of the whole entire pelvic segment is apparently pushed anterior to the front, which is going to result in hip extension, which is going to result in shifting of the thoracic spine, which is right up here, your rib area, which is also going to lead to posterior shifting leading to flexion. Huh, interesting. Either way, this is what it looks like. Optimal cursor, thank you. Low flat back. I don't think we really have a picture of low. Oh wait, sorry. Sorry. There's more about sway back. So apparently, sway back can be due to mobility impairments of the upper abdominal muscles, internal intercostal muscles, hip extensors, and lower lumbar extensor muscles and fascia. This can really be the cause of having a very relaxed posture. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Fatigue, yielding full to the effects of gravity. Interesting. Muscle weakness or a poorly designed exercise program can also lead you into this weird sway back posture. And then you can have a low flat back, which again I don't think is here. Is it? No, but if I had to pick a flat back, I guess you would use the forward head posture. No, well, hold on. Low flat back. Well, flat back is basically what you think it is. It's just like abnormally very straight posture. There's like no curvature to it whatsoever. So he still has curvature and it's good posture, but think of something a little more, I guess, dramatic. So here what happens with low flat back is that you're gonna have like slouching or flexion in sitting or standing, which is gonna create that really straight posture, or overemphasis on the flexion exercise in general exercise programs. I don't know if you guys have heard about this thing called military neck. But basically, again, as I showed you earlier with these, with this normal spine right here, it's okay to have like a slight curvature. You're gonna have a slight kyphotic curvature in the cervical spine. But for military, you know, they're always like head up, da 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 da. So your head will literally just look like this, just straight up. Ta da. Anyway. Let me put this away. So scoliosis, I'm sure you heard of this also before. Let me see if I could grab a decent picture. Scoliosis is pretty common. Will I get in trouble? No, let me show this. Alright, so kyphosis is basically a curvature in the, what do you call it, in the spine, and it's very abnormal. So as you see, this is your left spine. Wow, straight. I mean, obviously there's still the normal curvatures you'll see from the side view, but when you're looking at it in this view from the back, it should be pretty straight. But what happens with curvature is that there's a slight, or scoliosis, there's going to be a slight curvature, and this can happen either in the thoracic region or even in the lumbar region. And there's different types of scoliosis that we can see. Like I think there's like, I think you could even have like a double curve, so you can have like a double snake. It's a little bit wacky. There's different ways to fix it. I'm not talking about how to fix it here, unfortunately. Go see your primary care physician and see what can be addressed, because I know when you're young you could just like wear a brace at night and it can kind of fix itself, but I think the older you get, like after a certain period of time, bracing won't do anything anymore and you need to get surgery. So so let's see, they say forward head, rounded back with forward head posture, so that's basically like your, it's me. No, but this is going to be caused, the forward head posture thing is like literally like when you look over, they also call this, I think there's like a new name, like something related to technology or like cell phone head, or I don't really remember what the name of it is, but it's the idea that the more you're like looking down at your phone or something like that, the heavier your head is, and the more that you're encouraging this forward head posture, and it's just going to lead to, well, this beautiful posture. So with that, why that's going to happen is because it's just the effects of gravity, slouching, poor ergonomic alignment, in the work or home environment. So even me, like right now, I'm like that, which is not optimal by whatever means. It is truly whatever. Let's see though. And then upper flat back and neck, we just talked about this. And we just talked about this is not common and occurs primarily with exaggeration of the military posture. So again, it's just that like you're just straight. No curvatures or anything, which is not good. You'd think it'd be like, don't you want a straight back? And it's like, I mean, yes, but you don't want it to be abnormal because think about like the muscle attachments and how that's going to affect everything and da 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 da. So let's talk about some of the muscles that are involved in your posture and your trunk stability and your core stability, etc., etc. So the trunk muscles actively maintain upright postural control and core stability, including co-contractions of the trunk extensors. So we have like our erector spinae muscles, which I'll try to grab a picture in a little bit. But we have your multifidus, which is, let's say this is the spine. Your multifidus is a really cool muscle that looks like this. That looks like zigzags. I promise that's what your muscle looks like. It's like a Christmas tree where it kind of just goes in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. And this is going to be like a muscle that you have really deep in you. Let me see if I could grab a picture and just post it over. Multifidus. So multifidus expands pretty long, but this is just an example of what you can see like in your back. Again, very deep muscle. See how it zigzags? This muscle is going to provide 70% of the stabilization to the spine. So even though you may have never seen it, basically, this helps you. You may have low back pain due to the multifidus not being properly activated. The multifidus, as Christmas tree as it looks like, what's going to happen is that unilaterally, so if you were to activate one side, it helps with flexion and side bending, and along with opposite rotation. So if you rotate right, the left multifidus is going to be at work. But bilaterally, if you have both multifidus, it's going to help with extension, so going back and going like, and stabilize the spinal column. There's a bodybuilder who especially was known for his Christmas tree back. I'm gonna look him up. Christmas tree back. This is a deep muscle. What the heck you mean? Oh. Oh. Interesting. I don't know if I want to share that. It looks a little spooky, to be honest. That's more than okay, anyway. Internal obliques is gonna be your next muscle. So let's see, can we get internal obliques and transverse abdominis? Let's see if we get a 2-in-1. Oh my, that's a pelvis. It is. Hi Lance. Hi. Welcome. Oh, where did my image go? Hold on. Oh, it's so big. What the heck? Why? Why are you so big? Ah. Oh no. Here, hold on. Ta-da. Okay, so let's talk about the other muscle now that I kind of got a picture of it. Hello, back from the gym. Hope Sunny's been well, man. Thank you. Hi, welcome back, chat. Welcome. Atlantis, how are ya? I'm doing good. I just struggling with this image right here. Oh. I can't find them on Google Pictures, but those are also quite pronounced. They're a little spooky for me. I'm not gonna lie. Christmas tree back, kind of spooky. Anyway, so other muscles that are going to help with postural control and core stability is going to be your internal obliques. So we can see your internal obliques. Tipanya, come back. Right here. Because you have your external obliques, which is right here. And then you just cut in deeper, and these are going to be your internal obliques. Unilaterally, this is going to help with ipsilateral side bending and rotation. So same side bending. So if I rotate to the left, my left internal obliques are going to be activated. But if you were to do this action together, what's going to happen is that this also is going to help with flexing the trunk. So if, you know, you want to bend down to like touch your toes, or you wanted to go tie your shoes, you would flex your trunk, and this muscle is going to help with that if both left and right are activated. But again, unilaterally, it helps with side bending and rotation. Now the transverse abdominis is going to be deeper than the internal. It's going to be right here. Da-da! And then with this one, this is going to be our deepest abdominal muscle, which is really the main responsibility that it's supposed to compress and support and increase intra-abdominal pressure and increase stability to the spine. Yay! Transverse abdominis, you're doing your work. Yay! Okay. Put you back here. Put you back here and put this away. So basically then it's just fun facts of like, well, how do you address this? How can we progress it, and how can we load this safely? What kind of exercises we can do to help with posture or stability, and what do you call it, core strengthening in general, and then what kind of frequency, the intensity, reps and sets that we would do to help build that stuff up. And then with that, I move on to my classmates' notes. So I do want to take a little baby break, but let's talk about I'm gonna go over her notes probably during like a focus session, but let's talk about one more thing really quick. Lance says the serratus anterior always reminds me of the bear claw. It does. I think it's super cute. For those not aware of the serratus anterior, it's gonna be this muscle that's kind of peeking out here, like the ones with the little claws. I don't know if this is something to worry about, but the middle of my back there's been like small hills, like the bite from one of the mosquito bites. It doesn't hurt or anything. Are you sure you're not just referring to your spine? Sorry, not to make it sound like that. I'm like the only hills and valleys are maybe your spinal processes and da 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 da. I don't necessarily know where like the bite comes in, or maybe I've never had a mosquito bite like that. I don't know. I'm so sorry. If you're ever worried, please refer to your primary care physician. Da da. All right. So now that I'm done pointing out the serratus anterior, this is my classmates' notes about oh my goodness, about PNF. So let's see if I can actually fix this up a little bit. Sorry. Alright, so PNF is really interesting because we could talk about patterns or we could talk about movement. So let's actually break it down to just scapula. So we have a scapular movement, we have a pelvis movement, and then we can kind of combine the motions in wacky ways that we'll just talk about after we get the basics down. So what's going to happen here is that let's talk about D1 anterior elevation of the scapula. Excuse me. Sorry. So what's going to help with anterior elevation? So we have really cool muscles in the back. So we have your levator scapula, we have your rhomboids, and we have the serratus anterior, which was that muscle we were just talking about right now, the shark gills or the bear claw. So what's going to happen here is that this is going to be important for our terminal stance. Well, I don't want to really talk about these yet, but I'll say it, but I won't go into too much detail. Anterior elevation is basically in reference to how your scapula is moving. So your scapula, for those unaware, is just like your shoulder blade. So that big bone you have in the back that moves with your arm, basically. If you like move your arm forward, back, if you like roll your shoulders, you feel that big bone in the back moving, your shoulder blade or your scapula. So with that in mind, the scapula can go front and up. And when it goes front and up, in relationship to gait, this could be dealing with the terminal stance on the same side. And terminal stance is basically like, let's say, here, basically. Like the main foot is just like flat on the ground, and that's going to be anterior elevation. Or it can help with the swing phase on the contralateral. So, I don't want to get too much in the gait. I'm so sorry. It would have to be like pictures and going back and forth, so I'm so sorry. But the reason why this is important, and how we can easily apply it to gait if you're familiar with the gait cycle, I guess, is that it can help with reaching in front of the body or rolling forward. So think like if you're laying to your side and you want to roll, you're pushing your scapula into that anterior elevation. It's going to go forward and up as you roll forward. Now let's talk about the opposite with the scapula. Let's talk about posterior depression. So for posterior depression, we're going to be talking about our lats. So we're going to be talking about more muscles in the back. And your lats are the big muscles that you have. It's like a diamond-shaped muscle that has like these little extra hooks that attach onto your arms for goodness gracious knows whatever reason. And then you have the rest of your back and your body. Yep, this is the back. Big muscle right here, and that's also gonna help with posterior depression. Your sugar glider. Basically. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my art skills right now. Yeah? I'm sorry, Belgium. I hope you do get your answer with it though. Alright. So this is going to help with the swing phase, and that's just the entire phase of you just swinging your leg, which hopefully we'll grab a picture of later, okay? So with that in mind, posterior depression is going to be back and down. So what is this going to help with? This is going to help with trunk extension. Literally, when you extend your back, you're like, oh, I want to stretch, and you can feel your shoulder blades go again, back and down. This could also be useful for rolling backwards, when you're using crutches while walking, and just pushing up with a straight trunk. Let's talk about different type of pattern now. So diagonals or PNFs with PNF patterns have this thing called diagonals, and these are just a type of pattern. And you have a D1 and you have a D2. So D1, we'll talk about the actual pattern in just a little bit after we break down the scapula. But now, moving on from D1, we'll move to D2. And D2, we're going to have anterior depression, and that's going to involve the rhomboids, radius anterior, and your pecs. So, you know, your chest muscles is going to involve both the minor and the major. This depression, anterior depression, is not involved in the gait cycle. So, yay. And what this is going to be helpful for is, so your scapula, this is weird, the front of your scapula is going down. So what? But we just said this, anterior elevation. Yeah, it can also depress as well. So this is going to be useful for motion such as rolling forward, reaching forward, throwing a ball, and reaching down to take off like your soccer shoe. The front portion of it is going to be coming on down. So the opposite of that is going to be your posterior elevation, which is going to include your trapezius. So big triangular muscle also in the back, but more connected to the back of your head around the occipital protuberance. I promise this is someone's head. And your levator scalp, which is going to be that muscle just superior-ish on your shoulder blade, which is going to help bring it up. So that posterior elevation also does not play a part in the gait. Yippee! And posterior elevation, the back of your shoulder blade is going to elevate when you move backwards. So you're walking backwards and you can feel it like, oh, okay. When you're reaching out before throwing, or if you're donning a shirt. So there's this whole speculation of how men and women put shirts on differently. I'm not going to get into that right now. But it's the idea of just donning on a t-shirt is going to help with posterior elevation. Alright, so let's talk about the pelvis now. So the pelvis also has a D1, D2 pattern. So for the D1, the pelvis can go front and up. And that's going to involve, again, the muscles we were just talking about earlier. Well, we talked more about the internal obliques when we were talking about core stabilization. Now let's talk about the external obliques as well. This is going to be helping with the swing phase. So again, we'll get the gait cycle. Do I have a picture? Hold on. Oh, sorry. I guess not. Swing phase. I didn't want to get into it, but I'm like, oh no, it's gonna keep appearing. It's gonna just keep happening. I love that little goblin man. He looks like a little goblin shark. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates my very makeshift doodles. Alright. Okay, maybe that's not the proper image. What if we do this and we say, what can we say? Reset transformation. Okay. And then from here, we'll go here. And so now we have the gait cycle. And so what this is saying for the pelvis is that it's gonna help with swing phase. So Tipalong, do the honors. Hi, yes. Okay, anyway, the swing phase is gonna be these three right here. So we have our initial swing, our mid swing, and our terminal swing right here. So anterior elevation is gonna help throughout this whole entire process of swing, because if you can kind of visualize it with Tippa's toesies, the pelvis is going up and front. I want to say up and out, but I'm like, that's not right. It's going to the front of the body and it's going up. It's elevating. Even if you want to try this out while walking and putting your hand on your pelvis, you can feel the same kind of pattern. So what is the opposite? So, oh wait, sorry. By the way, this anterior elevation is going to help with rolling forward. Same thing kind of when you roll on your side and we're like, where's your shoulder going? Now, where's your body going? Where's the pelvis going? So when you're rolling forward, you're also going to have that same anterior elevation. And then when you're laying on your side, if you want to go prone or lay again, rolling forward or rolling forward onto your belly, that's going to be in that prone position. And that's going to be helping with anterior elevation. So let's move on to posterior depression. So posterior depression is also going to include the following muscles that we just talked about, but it's going to be the contralateral. So we talked about how they work unilateral, bilateral, and all these wacky things. This is going more into like old anatomy knowledge, which I definitely need a refresher on, but it's definitely a-okay. So same thing, same muscles, just contralateral, so the opposite side. And what's happening here is that this is going to be good for the terminal stance. So now we're getting out of swing phase and we're going to the phase right before it. And this is our terminal stance. So our foot is pretty much on the ground, hence the word terminal. So I can do like the quickest run through about the gait cycle. So the gait cycle has two phases. You have your stance phase and you have your swing phase. Together, it makes a stride, or aka the gait cycle. And again, the gait cycle is just a really fancy way of like, I'm walking here, you know? So you have your initial contact, so the heel is touching the ground. The loading response, where you're shifting all your weight. Mid stance, where your feet, you're kind of like basically straight 90. And then your terminal stance, where your body basically passes over that leg. Your body weight passes over that leg. Then you go into the swing phase, which I don't know, it just looks very swingy to me, so So here we're focusing on the terminal stance for posterior depression, and that's going to help with rolling, it's going to help with jumping, it's going to help with walking upstairs, because imagine you're kicking off, like this leg is going up the step, and then this one is going to be posteriorly depressed, going down. And this is also going to help if you're laying on your side and you want to lay on your back, so you could be in a supine position. Alright, let's move on to anterior depression of D2 of the pelvis. So anterior depression, that's going to help with initial contact. So let's see. So the front of it, the pelvis, is going down as you have that heel strike. And why this is happening is because the muscles that are the contralateral QL, your quadratus lumborum, not your contralateral, same side. No, it's not really the same side. Bilateral iliocostalis lumborum and longissimus thoracic are also going to be helping with this anterior depression. So as you make that heel strike, the pelvis in the front is going down. This is going to also be not only an initial strike, but in your loading response, it's basically kind of holding hands and being like, oh, we do the same thing, teehee. And this is going to help with going down the stairs. I'm sure you can already imagine the feeling of like, oh, I'm walking here. Alright, now let's move on to posterior elevation. So posterior elevation is going to be dealing with ipsilateral QL. So the same side QL, which is going to be our hip hiker muscle, by the way, is going to be working with this. It's going to be helping with the ipsilateral latissimus dorsi is also going to be helping. Iliocostalis lumborum is also going to be helping, and the longissimus thoracic is also going to be helping with this as well. There's no gait cycle for it, so that's really new, but posterior elevation, that's fine. So what did we say? Posterior elevation, D2 scapula and D2 posterior elevation are not involved in the gait cycle, but we still want to say that the posterior elevation helps with walking backwards and preparing to kick a ball. So kind of like you're kicking your leg back, you're like, oh, I'm gonna hit it so hard. Right? And so with that, let's talk about patterns. So we have D1 pattern for flexion and extension, and we have D2 pattern for flexion and extension of the upper extremities, and then we also have the same thing with the lower extremities. So let's briefly talk about it, take a break, and then call it, okay? Huh? Wait, so is the gait cycle just a very thorough breakdown of how walking works? Yeah. So, oh, I don't have it in my, I'm like trying to scroll up. Hold on. But it's important because not everyone, like, what is the normal da 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 da? Oh my goodness, this is such an exaggeration. Hold on. But it's the idea that not everyone walks the same way, and this is what is normal walking. So if anyone kind of goes out the norm, you have to see what phase is being affected and how it's being affected. Is there a muscle involved that it's just not happening? Is it neurological? Is it muscle though? Is it like, it's so extensive. But seriously, after learning the gait cycle in my other school, I was like looking at people and how they walk, and I'm like, why are you doing that? But basically it's just getting your leg back. Let's see. It's just a cycle. You just have to go through all these, and then bam, you took a stride, or there you go, there's your gait cycle. You went through the what do you call it, the swing phase and the stance phase to get your gait cycle. Alright. It's interesting though. I never thought of specific muscles that go into stuff. Yeah, that's why it's super important to like study on it, if I guess that's your thing. But you don't necessarily have to study on it, but it's still like also really nice, you know? As an example of the gait cycle, I brought up this one pretty recently when we last talked about the gait cycle, but I had ran into someone who was walking, but they were walking in such a weird way that I don't think even the gait cycle was involved. It was more muscle, but they were walking like a penguin. Like their feet were really out, you know? And I was right behind them looking at them like, what? And apparently what happens is that if you're pulled in such a weird position, that means like your muscles are tight, and so that means like his hip external rotators are tight, and I'm just like, oh man, that guy needs to really work out his his gluteus maximus and all like the other muscles like the piriformis and whatnot. Alright, so patterns. So this is I don't it's a lot. That's why I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't want to do it, but I have to do it because I have a test in 5 hours. Would you believe that, Cubs? We've been here almost 4 hours. But what's happening here is that you just need to identify the pattern and what they do. So this is an example of shoulder flexion, shoulder adduction, and external rotation. I like to think of this position or pattern to be like the Eren Yeager like Attack on Titan salute. Whatever they say. Oh. That's what I think of. This is the AOT salute. Excuse me. Don't judge me. I have to learn this in some kind of way. I have to learn it somehow. You weep. And so how we get there is that we can name some muscles that help us with flexion. So like, you know, our biceps, we do those bicep curls. That's going to help us with shoulder and elbow flexion. And then we have the anterior delts, the pec. Who spelled the pecs like this? I'm gonna sue. Pec major, and like all the flexors are going to be helping with that. Why this is important, or why doing this motion. So by the way, sorry, when we do these motions, we would probably start off in the opposite like pattern. So we have D1 pattern, D1 extension, and we want to bring them to D1 flexion. So with that in mind, how do you call it? Oh, this pattern's important because again, we talked about PNF replicating or proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation, replicating normal movement, and why we want to do this weird Attack on Titan salute is because we want to do hand-to-mouth feeding. So when we're eating, nom 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 from my cereal bowl, you know, that kind of motion helps. So bringing like the spoon to your mouth. When you're tennis forward, I don't know anything about tennis, I'm so sorry. When you're combing your hair to like the left side, like if you know you're like, I don't know, anime mother, I'm just gonna keep using weeb references, and you're just like, oh, I want to comb my hair, except they just said it was their left side, so now we just move that over and they're just trying to comb their hair. Like, oh wow, so nice. And this can also help with rolling from supine, so helping from rolling from your back to your tummy. So let's move on to the next pattern of D1. So D1 extension is going to be where extensor muscles, so our triceps, our posterior delts, our subscapularis is going to help with that internal rotation, and pronator teres and all the extensors are going to be at work on this. Tennis forward? I think they mean tennis forehand or something, right? I'm so sorry. I'm like, what do they mean? Ah, whatever. Anyway. So what I like to say is that you're gonna hate me because let me see if I can grab the mean. So this one is interesting. This is to me like the I don't want to play with you kind of pose anymore. And it's like, Tippa, what does that mean? No, I'm so lazy. Oh, I'm not fast at these, like, what do you call it? These things. The I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm done. I'm throwing you away. But there's also another one, like when your mama bearcat is being like so nice to you and you're driving, but she's driving and she's like, oh sweetie, hold on tight, we're stopping really hard, and she just protects you and you're just like, mama bearcat, I thought that's what the seatbelt was for. So that's D1 pattern. This is important because it helps you with pushing a car door open from the inside, so like you're opening the door. I am now the door and I go shoo. Sorry. Tennis backhand stroke, or it also helps you from rolling from prone to supine, while the D1 flexion was helping from supine to prone. Amazing. Alright, so now we're gonna move to the D2 pattern for the upper extremity. So this one is really interesting because I need to combine both of these two, whatever, to make it a little bit more fluid, because again, we would start in the opposite motion. So for D2, what's going to happen here is that we're going to be unsheathing a sword, and when we unsheath the sword, we're like, whoa, look at my cool sword. I don't know how to draw swords. Yeah, you know? So it's just unsheathing a sword. So when you unsheath your sword and you're like, ta-da, look how cool I am, you're doing flexion of the shoulder, abduction because this is way away, and you're doing external rotation. That's a Lego? Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. There you go. Is it better? Oh my goodness. Bro became the anti-Christ. No! No, but yeah, so we have multiple muscles that are going to help us perform this motion. So we're going to be working on our traps, the levator scalp, the anterior deltoid, the pec major, the coracoid brachialis, the supraspinatus, the serratus anterior, supinators, and extensors. So we have multiple muscles to help us kind of just bring it up and away. So why is this important? So this D2 pattern is important, or D2 flexion is important for reaching for a seatbelt. So like the seatbelt is right here and you're like, oh, I gotta strap it across from me, so yay. Reaching for overhead light. So like, I don't know if you're like me, I love using my little lamp boy on the side, but sometimes I'll use like the really bright light that I have from the top, and I'm just like, okay, and I have to go reach overhead. Reaching into a cabinet's also really neat to use D2 upper extremity pattern, D2 flexion. Let's see, combing your hair, anime mom, and lifting a racket in the tennis serve. Yep. Hi K-Dog, hi. That's like the 70s dance move. It is, which brings me back to the silly thing that my classmate gave me. Oh my gosh, English? Sorry, the image is stretched weird, but like, here you go. See? The seatbelt and to the disco. Da-da! I'm on a roll here with my dumb examples, so I won't look at this anymore. So they do the Elvis move for training? Interesting. They do, but look how many muscles it works out. Hey, I'm not laughing at it. If it works, it works. So, for D2, upper extremity extension, this is your unsheathing the sword. Technically, I think you're supposed to keep like your thumb down when you do this, and then you go up into this like disco move. So when you're doing this motion though, you're working out your lats, you're working out your posterior deltoids, your teres major and minor, and just your flexors in general. And so what's gonna happen is that this is who wrote these notes? All right, this is gonna help you put on your seatbelt. It's gonna help you tuck in your shirt. It's gonna help you pitch a baseball. And hitting a ball during a tennis serve. Again, I don't know about tennis. I'm so sorry. So let's move to the upper extremities, okay? So for the upper extremities, we're gonna do a flexion of D1. So D1 is gonna be like right here, and this is kind of us crossing our legs, looking like, hey, did we step in doggy doo doo? So this is gonna work out some of our hip flexors. So we have the iliacus, the psoas major and minor, your hip adductors. That kind of makes sense. Your middle muscles right here. Your piriformis, which is going to help with the external rotation, your quads, and your glutes. Oh my goodness gracious. I have the sniffles. Hold on. Vibe check? Vibe check. Everything's good in the world, hopefully, thankfully. Anyway, okay, so this is gonna help with the swing phase, for sure. It's gonna help with ascending stairs, because you need that leg up. I think my what do you call it? My teacher also said this was the, let me see. Actually, no, it wasn't. I'll talk about it later. She talked about like stepping over the gate, but that's actually the D2 flexion, not D1 flexion. It can help you kick a soccer ball. It can help you roll from supine to prone. It can help you put on your shoes if you have your legs crossed. So, ta-da! Give me a drink, thank you. Let me grab my water, and it's so heavy. You hear that? Sip, 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 sip. Thank you. I appreciate the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, let's see. Where was I? Sorry. Okay. So that's D1. D2 is going to be the opposite. So instead of like all the flexion, adduction, ER, we're going to be doing extension, abduction, and internal rotation. The reason why I'm not super focused on these things, by the way, because if you know one, you'll know the other. And if you know the movement, you're going to be like, oh my goodness, you're going to be okay. I'm so sorry. This yogurt's going through me. Blech. Anyway, so for this glute max, very cool hip extender. Hamstring. Who's spelling these? Hamstring, and then the plantar flexors are going to be helping with this motion. This is kind of like a would you consider it a curtsy? I don't know. It looks like very fancy, right? Like ahaha, teehee, I'm Tipito. Look at me. Like I don't know. This is going to help with the stance phase. It's going to help with descending stairs, putting legs in the pants. So if you're like, oh, let me get that in there. And then rolling from prone to supine. Okay, so that's gonna be your like tippy toe. So you check for poop and you say, nope, I am pristine tippy toer. Alright, now D2 flexion. This is gonna be crossing over like this imaginary like gate or fence. My instructor had mentioned it because she has like a lot of like little dogs that she doesn't want to like hover over, you know? Or they don't want to be in certain areas, so they'll put a gate that the dogs can't jump over, but she'll have to go over. So I know it's really hard to see, but this person's leg is like this. I'm pretty sure. Please tell me that person's leg is like that. Oh goodness, I might need to grab another reference. Dun dun dun. Alright, let's see. What is D2 flexion? For lower extremity. Tipito? Oh no. Base reference enjoyers, let's go. With the tip over here being one of the healthiest VTubers I know. Is it really healthy if I've just been sitting for 4 hours? No, I'm just kidding. JB, I appreciate you. Hi, welcome on in. Okay, it is, okay, I have this reference open. It is the world's tiniest reference. It's for ants. It's for ants. Give me the D2 that isn't in supine. Alright, we're just it's crossing the gate. I believe this to be true. The skeleton in the back really sets the mood. Oh, I didn't realize there was a skeleton. Wait, is that where they grabbed this reference? No way. Hold on. Hold on. Cubs, we found the source. We're just like, Tippa, what the heck are you on? Eh? Why is, oh, I made it transparent. Oh, I'm too lazy. I'm so lazy. I found the resource. D1 pattern. So this is how the motion should look, and I know it's so transparent. I'm so sorry for the scene. Yeah, that's all we have to have the patients do. D1, D2, D1, D2, D1. And now she's gonna do the D2 pattern. So yeah, that's why it looks so weird. So yeah, she's bent. She's trying to cross over the gate. Alright, and wait, we didn't even make a name for the second one. More curtsy? I don't know. Tandem? Let's see. Oh, this is the curtsy! Look, 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 look! Sorry. Just follow her green foot. Ta-da! Look at you, Master Detective. I'm not gonna lie to you. She did have a very, like, particular, she did have a very particular, thumbnail. As I, there you go. Delise! Hi! No, don't raid me! Welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Let me give you a shout out. One hacky moment. Kingdom Hearts? Let's go! Gamer! Welcome on in, and welcome, raiders. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal and nya. It's very nice to meet you. Spooky. Yeah, no, I hope you had a super good stream. Today we're studying patterns? I don't know. I have my midterm at 7 and I have to go meet up with my classmates in 2 hours, so I'm like, ooh, spooky. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so spooked. But we're learning particular patterns, and then I was gonna go take a baby break. But welcome on in. We're trying to come up with really dumb names of everything. So don't mind me. So right now we were on this because I'm like, this video is so dark. Self-care check. Thank you for the referee demon. Thank you for the posture check. Thank you. Yeah, feel free to hang out and chill. Make sure to hydrate. Eat something super yummy. But like I said, I hope you had a super good stream. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts. I want to play Kingdom Hearts. I want to know the lore. I want to fall into a Disney rabbit hole. I want to love Mickey Mouse. Alright, but yeah, so D2 is like this. So it's the stepping over the gate pattern, which is also going to be very beneficial for, let me get my regular color back, for stepping to a shower and sitting to sideline. So doing that motion is going to be helpful for that, and it's going to involve our muscles of the glute mid and med, the TFL, the tensor fascia lata, the adductor muscles, and the dorsiflexors. For D2 extenders, we definitely do have muscles, so let me politely look them up really quick for you. I have it in my other study guide. Muscles lore is more important. No, I want to know lore of Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I don't have. Wait. No, she just doesn't have the muscles. Oh, okay. I cry. Never mind. We'll forget it. But yeah, for day 2, basically what's going to happen is that these are going to be helping you with rolling supine to sideline, and it's going to help you with the push-off gait. So what's happening again is that she's doing just pretend I have my white marker, but she's doing like a curtsy sort of thing, and that's gonna help you with the pushing off motion. We do have 2 other patterns called chops and lifts, and that's just gonna be the combination of the, what do you call it, extensor, or sorry, the extension and flexion. So we can have D1 and D2 extension. And so what did we say D1, D2 extension was? So this is I'm hoping this is in relationship to the scapula, right? So our extension, oh my gosh, what is, I have to write them down. So we have the flexion, we have the extension. We have the flexion, sorry, we have the extension. So what did we say for each one? Okay, so the flexion is definitely, this was the unsheaths the sword, unsheath sword. Alright, well actually let's change that. This is unsheathing the sword, and this is showing off sword. While the flexion is that, again, that Attack on Titan salute. And then we said the extension was the toy toss. So this is saying it's D1 and D2 extension, so it's a toy toss. Okay, I see that with this one. And then it's also saying it's the unsheathed sword, which, wait, that's also this? Oh no, I don't get it. But I get that why they would both be extension, I guess. You've been watching Dr. Joe for your Pes Planus flat foot exercises? Let's go! You have flat feet too? Let's go! Let's go! Kingdom Hearts is a lot. I feel you need a PhD to understand everything. Look, as soon as I understand the order to play it in, I gotcha. I'll get the PhD in it. I feel so bad. I feel like I just like kind of like missed out or something, you know? Or I'm just like, heck, I want to play it, you know? Like, same with Final Fantasy, but I'm like, is it too late for me? Is it too late? No, I'm not saying that's too late to like play or anything, but I'm just like, I'm in the fandom. The fandom's like dead. I'm like, oh heck. But I guess I can't say too much because I did see like someone who's just like, I got married and here's my Kingdom Hearts themed wedding. And I'm like, wow, that's so cute. What the heck? It ain't too late to lose some brain cells from the story. Let's go. Let's hecking go. Let's go. As you see, I'm getting tired. Let's go. It's never too late for Final Fantasy. Let's go. I'm so excited to play Final Fantasy 7. I just finished playing Crisis Core or Reunion or however the heck you want to phrase that, and I cried. I cried so much. Miley says I'm bookmarking all of this for the faraway future when I finally get to be a medical story. No, just ask me for advice. If we're still in contact, I'm still streaming, whatever, just feel free to DM me and be like, hey, remember this? And I'll be like, oh yeah, check this like YouTube bot from like 10 years ago. Dude, your sketches are so cute. Thank you. I wish I was actually drawing them. Not saying like, oh, this is my art, but like this is what I end up like normally like doodling. So for D2, that's gonna be our flexion, and so that's gonna be the Attack on Titan salute, which I guess we could see here, and D2 flexion, which is showing off the sword. Oh wait, it tells me D1. Do you want to see Attack on Titan? Wait, no, we said that's a toy toss. Heck, I still don't get it. Anyway. Oh, okay, I think we did it. The thing I do want to actually do, it's like, Tippa, when will you end? But I'm like, no, hold on. My bladder may be full, but my brain is not. So let's go over one more concept that kind of relates to that idea. So now that we're done talking about PNF and whatnot, this is talking about patterns, and this is like, this thing goes over my head, which sounds so stupid, but I'm like, I'm still having some difficulty with it, so let's try to see if we can do this together, okay? So when people do PNF patterns, they do it to do certain things, like, oh, promote trunk extension, ooh, promote trunk rotation, all this other stuff. But we need to identify, is it a symmetrical pattern, is it asymmetrical, and is it reciprocal? So let's do some examples really quick and go from there, question mark. So symmetrical means that it's going to be the same diagonal pattern and the same direction. So we have like the, you know, the Praise the Sun guy from Dark Souls 3 maybe. And then we also have the look how flexible I am kind of person. So these what do you call these patterns are symmetrical, not only because you could just cross them out like this and be like, wow, that's the same on the same side, but it's also the idea that they are in the same pattern. So this is going to be the same, maybe like the 2 flexion pattern of the again showing off the sword. So then we could do asymmetrical. So actually what's going to happen is that these are different diagonal patterns, but they happen to be in the same direction. Oh, baby peeps. So that means asymmetrical? Yeah. So what's happening with the asymmetrical is that it's a paired extremity performed in opposite way. It's the same direction, same direction, same direction. Oh my goodness, same direction. But it's going to be opposite diagonal patterns. So I don't even want to identify the patterns. My brain hurty. But then we have reciprocal. So then we have the opposite direction. So with that in mind, we're going to have like it complements each other. So you go left, I go right. You go left, I go right. Excuse me. Please tell me who can hold their legs like that. Reciprocal be like sign X. No, but I think you need like really cool, strong core control and just, I don't know. Just want to show off to friends like, yeah, watch what I can do. It's like, well, if I do that, my legs right now, because my hamstrings are so tight because I just sit all day. This is me. I just sit all day at my computer. So my hamstrings are kind of tight and I can't like touch my toes or anything like that. So when I try to like reach, I think I'm like at my knee level, which is very, very unfortunate. But the reason why I bring all this up is that if I were to try to like be like cutesy and be like, oh, look at me, my knees would bend. I think I could get it to like here, but my knees would be bent, so that's very unfortunate. You can do pull-ups though. You have strong arms. I'm so proud. Please stay strong, cubs. Please stay strong both physically and mentally. Not for the cub club, not for me, but for you. Your knees would combust? They basically do. So when I come back, because I don't know. When I come back, let's do some patterns. Let's do some examples and see if we can identify them, because that's my weakest thing. We'll do one more pomodoro and I think maybe we'll wrap it up from there, okay? So let me alley-oop. Huh? Or the knees will combust? Oh no, my knees won't combust. I'm gonna posture check as soon as I stand, okay? Oogie, oogie, oogie.
かすかに響き渡る教会のチャイ
Sorry, I didn't mean to take that long, but Peace was being like so affectionate. I'm like, oh my god, my baby. And so I hung out with her, and then she decided to start ripping my paper bag in front of me. So I was like, Peace. And then I had to clean that. So I was like, oh. But I love her, even if she wants to rip my Bath and Body Works bag. I'm not sorry. This is such a small tangent, honestly, as I try to make this appear as well. But I brought this set, and it's so I just walked into this part of the mall over the weekend because I was like, I haven't been to a mall in forever. I'm gonna treat myself to something nice. But there was this place called White Barn or something like that, and I was just really confused because I was just like, what the heck is White Barn? Ah, whatever. Anyway, turns out it's just Bath and Body Works. So I'm like, oh, it's Twistine. Okay, whatever. Sure. So with that in mind, basically, I walked in and the lady was like, oh, you're so funny. Because I think I was like, oh, hi, da da da, like very small talk. And then she's like, well, it's nice seeing you again. And I'm like, ma'am, I've never seen you in my life. But I didn't say that. I was like, oh, you too. I ended up leaving with this pink lavender and espresso candle. Smells great. I am a sucker for the smell of espresso as a previous barista. Can highly recommend the nice, sweet, light tones of the pink lavender and espresso by White Barn, which I really think is just Barnes and Mobile. Barnes and Mobile. Oh my gosh, Bath and Body Works. Yes. Again, that's what I'm confused. Not for anything. I do consider myself a unique individual, but like, I don't recognize this person. Welcome back, Penny Lady. Thank you. Those barns do be mobile. No, not that one. I'm so sorry. That was the same situation where I ran into the anime girl who's like, have you watched season? Oh, I'm excited for season 2 of Toilet Bound Hanako. No, I'm gonna stop myself. Okay, anyway. I don't need my tablet. So the reason why I popped this up before we go into the focus of Pomodoro is because I want to be able to identify patterns with e-cubs. And if I'm able to do this, then I'm good on the test. Yes! Life hack? Pour coffee onto yourself much cheaper? Yeah, I guess. Or like bathe in coffee, but I don't know. Like it's such a nice scent. Let's see if I can grab the What the heck is White Barn? Let's see if we can actually look it up. Maybe it just specializes in candle only. That's why. Is White Barn the same as Bath and Body Works? White Barn is a sister company of Bath and Body's work. It's... Peace! Hold on. Peace. She is no longer ripping into my paper bag. She is now ripping into my reusable tote. No, that's what piece? She turned again. Do you hear her? What a dummy. Anyway. Hey, look, I found the candle. Please don't judge me for this candle. I promise I brought it only for $13. I would not pay $26 for a candle. 1, I'm cheap. B, I'm poor. C, see, I just think it's really nice to light up candles when I'm studying. I became into aromatherapy, kind of. Not really. Well, can recommend the set. Have I turned it on yet? No, so maybe that's gonna be a totally different thing. But I brought it just based off the set. Bro went from 1 to B. C, D, E. I'm uneducated. I don't know how to count. Anyway, let's get into these patterns before I get super distracted. It's already almost 2:30, so I'm like, ah. So we just talked about the P's. P and F patterns. So now we have to identify, is it symmetrical? Is it asymmetrical? Is it reciprocal? Is it symmetrical, reciprocal? You know, these words that I'm What? Hold on. I have to move it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You'll still hear me complain. You just can't eat it. I'm sorry. I don't know where else to put this. You lost fighting privileges. Okay. Okay. So let's identify patterns. So let's start with the first one. So I have the answers on a separate website, so we could just kind of like peek in. So if we do the first tree, I'll just like look and be like, oh, okay. So first one looks symmetrical, and it looks like it's doing the same pattern, right? So would you say that it is a, what do you call it? Oh, but it says to identify this pattern. Okay, so this is the, I'm done with you. So this is extension, right? D1 upper extremity diagonal whatever extension. D1 extension, symmetrical. I don't, there's no reciprocal, it's not going in the opposite direction. Well, and D2, I'm sorry, the second one right here, this is going in opposite directions. This is going to one side, this is going to the other. What PNF pattern is this? Well, her fists are in such a weird way. Do you think this is actually really supposed to be the Attack on Titan salute, but they like extended it to goodness? Sorry. I hear Peas munching on something else. I'm like, I closed the closet. Did she learn how to open the closet? Panic. Anyway, and identify this PNF pattern, because look how the fist is kind of turned in. It looks like the Attack on Titan. It's definitely a flexion. Would I say it's D1 flexion? What is the other pattern? It's the Tada sword thing, right? Okay, no, I think this is D1. And so together, this would make a D1 flex or D1 extension, D1 flexion. Yeah, hopefully. Let's look at the answers. Yay! Alright, so this is bilateral symmetrical, bilateral symmetrical D1 extension. This is bilateral symmetrical D1 flexion. And then we have our D1 extension, D1 flexion. Wow, we're so smart. Alright. This is just a lifting pattern, which kind of briefly talked about. And this is a chopping pattern. Now let's identify this pattern. Let's just identify the pattern. What? I just hear her in the background menacingly. Alright. So identify this pattern. This one is a cross. Okay, so this one is the D2 flexion, right? This is the unsheathing the sword, and then this is like the ta-da! Look at me! So this is gonna be the D2 flexion. No, extension? Hold on. I think this is extension, and this is the flexion, because I feel like anything overhead should be flexion, right? And then this is symmetrical, and then this is also symmetrical because they're going, I guess it would, I get confused with directions sometimes, and this is the thing I want to ask my classmates, just basically be like, well, I guess they're both going down, it doesn't matter left, right, as long as it's like both down, it's the same direction. Not like, oh, well, this is going this way, and this is going that way, you know? So let's double check the answer. Okay, this is D2 extension. This is the unsheathing of the sword, and this is the flexion of the ta-da! Look at my cool sword! Look at it! Look what I got! Yay! 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 And then with that, I think we're good. I'm going. These are my notes, which I can try to like breeze through really quick. Do I want to breeze through? I just want to read his notes, my classmates' notes, very quickly. And I feel like that's probably better as like a little pomodoro thing, because if I get into explaining, I'm just gonna explain everything. So let me politely BRB and let me get the other area set up, okay? One hacky moment. So, I know I have my mute icon. Give me just one moment. I still have the other music playing somewhere, somehow. Perfect. So with this, it is 2:32 p.m. right now. Let me actually fix this really quick. Yeah, it is 2:33 in Bearcat Mountain right now, or EST. I have to meet my classmates in about, they said 3:34. I'm probably gonna most likely meet up with them at 4. Let's do one last Pomodoro where I'll just review the notes. I'll take a little mini break, like I'll eat lunch and whatnot, but like after this Pomodoro, I'm most likely gonna be wrapping up, okay? I'll be back tomorrow for neuroplasticity and neuroscience stuff, because yeah, I made the guide for that, but I haven't looked at the material since, and I meant to do that yesterday, but then I got like super stressed, you know? Teehee, Tippa, what do you mean you're stressed? This is the midterm and there's only one exam. So yeah, definitely West up, okay? Neuroplasticity. Yes! No, seriously. Neuroplasticity is a little bit wonky, but I feel more okay about it. But there's concepts I definitely will need a review, and hopefully there is some time in between anime night and this quiz that I can at least look at it, or at least I can stare at it during anime night while also using my other eye to to read ping pong animation. Alright, but let us meet up, let us live our best life, and if I don't get to see you cubs for tomorrow's study stream, which may be more lecture-y too, I might just read through my notes and be like, oh this and oh this and oh this with my tablet. What we can do is that I'll see you Thursday and Friday at 3 p.m. EST. For Thursday we're gonna play Hi-Fi Rush, and Friday we're playing Yakuza because that's fixed. But yeah, one last Pomodoro. Let's stay super strong. Let's try to see what the hecky we can learn or review. I don't know if you cubs are interested. I know last time I did share like a little mini version on my screen. I don't know if it would be okay to do that now, so you know at least I'm working. It's like, what is she looking at? And it's like, oh, she's just looking at that. Oh, my bad. So let me pop this back up. Da-da! Da-da! Alright, and then that's what I'll be basically reading. So, alright, I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. This is like 31 out of 122 slides, so hopefully I will just be super productive or something. Big heck! Alright, beating myself up and blasting the music. Let's get to it. Okay, getting. That's my running sounds trying to get to it. Alright, Ali, best of luck, thank you! And with that, we are done. We are done studying. We are done with Pomodoro. We're done with everything except Baby Peas. Baby Peas is just gonna be here hanging out, which is perfectly okay with me. She's so dumb. Look at her. I have a picture of her. She keeps like closing her eyes. She's so dummy. Why is your art cute? Any of that coming from you? I cry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel so weird about drawing on my tablet. I don't feel like stable. Which sounds really like dumb. It's kind of like, what? And like I'm so used to like mouse drawing. I'm just like, drawing on paper? Drawing on tablet? So weird. Sorry, Baby Peas, I need you to move. I gotta go type stuff. I have my keyboard like diagonals. It's so unfortunate. Alright, well with that, let me see. Okay, what if I move you here? Hold on. You're just gonna see my hands. Don't move, Baby Peas. I just gotta put my keyboard back here. Still waiting on the official art piece? When school isn't killing me. I got you. And then we'll learn together how to use Procreate. Nice. No, but seriously, with that, I have to go meet up with my classmates. I don't know if they're already meeting with each other right now. Good, they're not. Let's see. One's playing Rocket League. Okay, we have some time. We're doing it. We're gonna be absolute gamers. Oh, I was like, whose voice is that? Spooked. But yeah, keep it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Selic, hi. Sorry, I don't know. I'm just like, oh. Let me give you a shout out. One moment. But yeah, thank you for joining me every cup as my bot dies. No, not right now. No way. My bot. No. My bot. Not again. Oh, do you have to make up a raid message too? Oh, that's so sad. Oh no, every cup. You can still do regular shout out? Oh, true. Shout out. I keep forgetting this. But yeah, with that, we will politely wrap it up. I'll manually get the links, I guess. One moment. Leave. Think? No problem. Huh? Sorry, I'm like looking, it's like Ludwig's car got stolen. I'm like, what? His car got stolen? What? Alright, we'll do this slightly out of order. I hope that's okay. For those who are new here, welcome. I usually have my schedule pinned up on Twitter, so tomorrow I'm coming back at 10 a.m. EST, so life will be good for a more study stream. Will be more neural based, and I'll be going over the notes that I've done previously. I uploaded a new TikTok, so feel free to check that out. Later tonight we're going to be doing, let's see, anime night, so you're more than welcome to join in the Cub Club. And then same thing, upload a YouTube short. Ta-da! Ta-da! And I just grabbed all these links off my card. Ta-da! But yeah, let's see and find who we can raid. But yeah, feel free to join us at 8:30. Might be a little late because I have my exam at 7. Oh, go figure, right? I have my exam at 7, and hopefully it doesn't take longer than an hour and a half, but we should be still good to go for 8:30 EST for the anime night, which we're watching Ping Pong, Trigun, and a oh my goodness, how do you call it? Ping Pong, Trigun. Oh, Buddy Daddies. How can I forget? Alright, Cubs. Favor. Question. What do we do? Let's see. I don't remember following this other person, so let me double check. Oh heck. Heck, maybe not this person. I think I followed them, but they don't speak English, which is just, it's fine. This is not shamey. I'm just like, oh wait, maybe not. Alright, I can finally raid the person I've been trying to raid like anytime they've been playing Elden Ring, but they're definitely fighting a boss right now. I don't want to ruin the vibes, but we can. I can still do a poll. Oh yeah. That sounds fun actually. Let's see. Do it. Wait, cuz here we got this. Okay, so do we raid into Elden Ring? Do we raid into Nue, which is who is playing Raging Loops, which is AVN? Do we raid into someone else who's studying? I'm sure you cubs have seen study pals before, and they're super cute. They're not a VTuber though, so don't be like scarred if you're like, oh no, flesh tuber, no. And then these are my 3 recommendations right now. Or wait, I'm sorry, wait, there's one more. Oh well, actually never mind. There's Pizza Tower. Are you cubs interested in Pizza Tower? Not saying like, oh, you wouldn't be. I'm just saying, just out of curiosity. Either way, this person streams, so I'll probably catch them later. But I'm just like, oh no. Pizza Tower is so fun to watch. New poll. No, there's an active poll. I can't. I have to wait the 5 minutes. I have to wait the 5 minutes. No. Sorry, cubs. Wario Land fans rise up. Right, rising. Played it once, but rising. Oh no. Wait. Cause I can't cancel the poll. Can I unpoll? Is there an unpoll cancel poll option? No. Peace is freaking out because I'm freaking out. The heck is Pizza Tower? You haven't seen it? Cal was playing it. Okay, Cubs. So would you Cubs wouldn't be mad if I raid into the Pizza Tower person then, huh? Is this a consensus? Is this a those 4 anonymous votes are okay? Or do I wait the 5 minutes and be like, yeah, it's quite Elden Ring, or what do you call it? Pizza Tower. Oh no! I hate it. No. Yeah, big, huh? Big. Neat. Let's see. Let me get rid of this really quick too. Oh no, that means we have to make a raid message too. Why did I make this for so long? Alright. It's okay. The person I've been trying to raid will stream another time, so it's okay. We'll go Pizza Tower because I definitely do see this person more. Unless, let's see. Cute. They're cute. That's fine. We'll check them out. Thanks for stream. That was my first stream from you. Oh no, it's really fun. No, I promise I game. I just don't stream. I promise I stream games. I just don't stream study. I appreciate. Yeah, I'm glad that you like it, and I hope to see more of you later. Ooh. Also, please have a good one. Thank you for the good luck on the test. I will take everything. I'll take anything and everything. It was honestly very fun. I'm glad. I had to work. Oh no, everyone's okay. You're leaving. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Omni, have a good day at work. Thank you. Good luck on this. Thank you. We'll do the shortest Gao raid known to mankind. My Discord isn't working. Or my bots aren't working right now. But if you scroll down, if you scroll up or down, scroll up because I posted all the links above shortly before, and then down because I have everything linked. I think I have the Discord link. If I don't, let me know. I'll be like, oh. If not, there's always a card. Ta-da! Gaga raid! We're gonna be raiding into crude oil. So right now they're playing Pizza Tower. One day we'll raid into Skyry Faye, who the joke is that every time I try to raid them, they're also playing Elden Ring, which is super exciting, but they're always ending. And so I'm like, I'm never gonna get them. Join? Perfect. Welcome to the Cup Club button voice. And then I'll say my welcome in text very soon. But yeah, copy and paste our makeshift raid message. And then we'll go from there. We'll be raiding crude oil. I'll hopefully catch you cubs tomorrow. I'll let you know how the test goes. If it goes bad, I won't say anything. If it goes good, I will speak about it. If I pass, that's all that matters. Anyway, please enjoy the rest of your day. Please have a good one. Make sure to drink, stand up, hydrate, and eat something super yummy, okay? Catch you next time, hopefully for anime night. 8:30 p.m. PST. PST. Where am I? EST. Bye.